All right. So now for integrating SQLite database in .NET MAUI application, I already created a two-part video series for this. In that video, I have explained everything in detail, how to do this, how to integrate SQLite with .NET MAUI. So if you go to my channel, there you should see that I'm going to drop the link in my description box as well, so you can check that from there as well. So you see these two videos, connected.NET MAUI app to SQLite. This is part 1, this is part 2. So in this current video, we are going to do the simple thing. We are not going to go in that deep. All right. So first thing, we need to install NuGet package to use SQLite. So on my MAUI project only, I'll go manage NuGet packages, and here I'll search for SQLite net PCL. SQLite net PCL by SQLite only. So let's install this. Apply. All right, and we need one more, that is going to be SQLite PCL raw dot bundle green. Okay, this one. So let's install this one as well. Apply. And it is installed, right? Install. No, this did not change yet. Okay, all right. Now it is installed. Save everything. Now we'll simply configure this. So when we say configure, I'll simply have a small service in this, because we are going to have only one entity and 2-3 simple operations on that entity. That's all we are going to do in this particular video, in this this ice cream app context. If you want to learn more, then you can check out this two-part series which I already mentioned. All right. So in this services folder, I'm going to create one file. Let's say I'll call it database service. Okay. Let's make it public database. And in here, first thing, I'll have a constant for my database name. So private const, let's say db name, public const string database name. Let's say this icecream dot db3. All right. Okay. After this, I'm going to have a private field. So I'll say private SQLite async connection. I'm looking for that. So SQLite async connection. It should come from SQLite. You get SQLite using. All right. So here we'll say that this is connection, and this is going to be null label. All right. Now we'll generate our database. So for this, we'll say SQLite async connection, and we'll say database. Here we are generating a database. So if we already have created that, so we can use this connection. If this is already there, we'll return it. If it's not there, then we'll create a new connection and return it. Okay. So the basic is SQLite async connection, and here we need database path. Okay, this is database name, but we need this database path. So for this, I'm going to create one private static string. Let's say private static read only string, and let's say database path. Okay, and this database path is going to be path.combine, and we'll get access to file system dot app data directory. This will be platform dependent, so It will be dynamic as per the platform, and then comma database name. So it will simply create this database in this app data directory. All right. We have this database path, and when we are creating this SQLite async connection, if you check its constructor, the database path is the first parameter, so we'll use this, and then we can provide some SQLite open flags. So we'll have a couple of flags. So we'll say SQLite open flags dot, we need create, we need permission to read write, and we need permission to shared cache. All right. So now our database is ready. We can use this. When we will access it for the first time, it will simply assign these values to this underscore connection, and after that it will store that value. After that, whenever we'll try to access this, it will simply going to give us the existing connection which it has. All right. What is saying? Oh, okay. We can, because this is a variable, so we can have it like this. All right. All right. Now for when we are done with this database service, so we need to dispose it, so we can actually dispose this. So I'll say I disposable, I'll implement this, and we don't need this disposing method and all this. We'll just simply use simplest form of dispose. So in this dispose, we just need to dispose our connection. So we'll say connection dot close async. It just has async version. So instead of using I disposable, we can use I async disposable. Okay. So it returns public async value task, and the method name is dispose async. All right. Here we can simply add question mark, and we'll say await. If connection is there, it will simply close it. And we can say like this. All right. What is saying? It is saying we are not worried about it. All right. So now we'll add our methods, whatever method we need for this application. We'll introduce these later, but for now we'll simply register this database service so that we can use it as dependency injected version of this. So we'll go to MAUI program.cs, where we have registered all our services there only, maybe before everything. So order does not matter. I just like to keep things organized. So builder dot services dot, and we can have it at singleton database service. All right. Now we have this database service. We can use this. But before this, we have this data folder. In this, let's create an entity. So not folder, we need one entity, and we are just storing cart items in this SQL database, nothing else. So in data, we can simply have one entity. So I'll say cart item entity. Name is up to you. I'll use this cart item entity as entity for SQLite database. So for this, first thing we need ID. So we'll say public int ID, and we are going to add primary key. This is going to come from SQLite, and we will need auto increment. We don't need it, but we can use it easily so that we don't need to pass this ID manually. It will automatically use it as incremented. So for first item, it will be 1. For second item, it will be automatically 2. So we don't need to provide it. SQLite will handle it for us. Now we will have all the fields which we have in our cart model, cart item model. If you remember, we have cart item model. I'm having these two separate because we don't need this observability on that cart item entity. Okay, that's why. So let's copy all these: ice cream ID, name, price, flavor name, topping name, all these, and add these to cart item entity. And we need one more, that is going to be quantity. Quantity. All right. So our entity is ready here. Now in database service, for this one we need three different operations, right? We need to fetch the first thing, we need to insert value or insert this data to this cart item entity, right? So for that, what we'll do, we'll say public async task, and we'll see what we need to return. So we'll say add uh, cart item, something like this. Okay, add cart item. Now it should have, okay, we'll get our cart item, which will come from models. Okay, so cart item. Now we need to add this cart item to our database. So first thing, we will create our table. So for that, we'll say await database dot, we have create table async. We need to provide table name. In our case, the table is cart item entity, type of table basically. Cart item entity is our table. So it will create table if this table is not already created. Okay. If it is already created, then it will have no effect. It will simply skip this. It is, it will not going to do anything. Okay. Now we will add this item, this cart item. Before that, we need to create cart item entity, right? From this cart item. So let's do this. In this cart item entity, we can have one helper method which will generate our cart item entity from cart item, right? So let's do this. Let's generate a constructor, and we'll say cart item from model. So we'll say cart item model we are going to get from here, and then we'll simply set all the properties: ice cream ID, name, price, flavor name, ice cream ID plus equals, what is it? Okay, so we'll see. We need to set ID. We are not going to set because it will be auto generated by SQLite. So we'll have ice cream ID, we'll have name, we'll have price, we'll have flavor name. Then we are going to have our topping name. And after that, we are going to have our quantity. All right. So we are setting everything. Now we should have a default constructor so that SQLite can use it. So for that, we'll have a default constructor as well. We're not going to have anything in that, but we are good. Hold on. Okay. Now this is ready. We can use this. So here we'll say var entity equals new cart item entity, and we can provide this cart item model directly. Okay, okay, now we have entity ready. Now we just need to insert this entity to our database. Okay, so for this, what we can do, we can say, yeah, await database.insert async entity, and we are good. Using this insert async, it will actually insert this item, so we are good. Now we have added this item to the cart, and we are good. So let's let's finish all the methods which we are going to use. So after adding item, we might need to update the item in the cart as well, right? For that, I'll say public async task. I'll say update cart item. Okay, and here also we are going to just get cart item. Now we can't update it like this. So first thing, we need to have uh, access to this cart item from the database. For that, what we can do, we can actually get the item by key. So we'll say var existing cart item. Or maybe we can have this in the main that cart view model only. Okay, so that means we will modify these things. All right. So what I'll do here, public async task. I'll create one more method. Here I'll say get cart item, and I'll just get int ID or maybe ice cream ID or ID, or should I have ice cream ID? What should I have here? Okay, we'll have primary key for this one. So we'll say get cart item async, and it should return, let's say, cart item entity. We'll use the conversion on the cart view model only. Okay, so we are trying to get the cart item entity from database. So for this, what we can do, we can say await database dot get async cart item entity on the basis of ID. Okay, so it is going to return this thing for us. So we'll say return like this, or let's do this then. Instead of getting this cart item, we will get cart item entity only. Entity, and we will directly insert this entity. Okay, and then for updating cart item as well, we'll directly have this entity, and we'll directly perform update async database dot update async entity. All right, save everything. We are good now. Now let's use this database service on our cart view model. So let's go to cart view model, then all the pieces will be connected, and then we'll be able to see things in clear manner. So in this cart view model, do we have constructor already? No, we don't. Let's introduce a constructor. And I'm going to inject our database service like this. All right. Now, whenever we are performing any operation on these cart items, so then we need to use this database service. All right. So let's go one by one. First thing, we will add the cart item to the database. So in here, when we are adding that item to this cart items observable collection, at that time, after doing this, we will say await database service dot add cart item. Okay, it expects cart item entity. So we'll say new cart item entity, and we can provide this cart item directly to this, and now we are good. This item got added to the database. All right. Now whenever we are modifying this item, and we are modifying this item in here, right, quantity updated in cart, at this place, what we'll do, we will first get the entity from database. So we'll say db cart item, and here we could say await database service dot get cart item async, and here we'll say existing item dot id. All right. Now here is one thing, how this cart item is going to have its id. because it will be generated only after this. Well, let's do this. Before adding it to observable collection, let's have it like this. Var entity equals, we'll generate it like this. First we'll generate it, then we'll add this entity to database. After that we'll say cart item dot id equals entity dot id, because now we will have this id. Database could have generated it. All right. So when we are in update case, we are getting this db cart item from the database. We should have this here. Now what we'll do, we'll say db cart item dot quantity equals to this new quantity. Okay. And after that, when we have this new quantity, we'll say await database service dot update cart item, and we'll provide this db cart item directly to this. All right. All right. Now we have update as well. Now we need one more case, and that is going to be for deletion for this particular case. If that item is there, we need to delete it from the database. Okay. Let's go to our database service and let's introduce one more method. Here we'll say public async task delete cart item, and we'll get cart item entity, and we can simply say await database dot delete async, and we can provide our entity. Okay, now in here we need to have access to that entity first. So this thing which we are doing here in else case, let's move it up and have it directly in existing item is not null. So we have db cart item here. So if it is the first case, we will simply say await underscore database service dot delete cart item. We'll simply say db cart item, and then we'll remove from observable collection and we'll be good. All right, so looks like everything is fine now. Now we are managing all these items to the database, but now there is one case when we are opening the detail page. At that time we should have the correct count, right? Correct quantity of that particular item which should have added to the database, right? So for that, what we can do, we can have one more method on this cart view model. So what we'll do here, we'll have this method public int, we'll say get item cart count, something like this. And here we are going to have int ice cream id. Okay. Now we will check this we can get from this collection only, this cart items only, right? Yeah. So let's check existing item equals, we'll say cart items dot first dot default I dot ice cream id equals this ice cream id. So from here we will simply return existing item. If this is not null, it will have quantity. If it is null, we will return 0. Like this, we will return this thing. All right. So this is get item cart count. Now we will go to the detail page, okay, to display this actual cart item count. So in detail view model, so in on ice cream changed, when we are setting these options at the same time, we will set quantity equals, we will go to cart view model, we'll say dot get item cart count, and we will simply provide value dot id. So this value is ice cream, so ice cream dot id. Now we should have the correct item count here whenever we are opening the detail page. Okay, let's try it out. We have done a lot of things. We have set up SQLite and all that stuff. Let's try to run this thing. And we have some error. Lambda requires restarting application. Yes, I am restarting application. It's loading. We have this. Let's open the first one. Let's increase the quantity to 2. Add to cart. And when we are adding to cart, we should close this page automatically. Okay, we'll do that. But right now, I'm opening another one. Strawberry Dream 0. Now let's open this first one again. Vanilla Delight. It should have 2. And it has this 2. That means this thing is working. But we are not yet sure if these things are getting added to database or not. So we'll simply close it. For that to check, if I stop it and if I run it again, this data, it should come from SQLite database. So that means in maybe our cart view model, we need to have one more method which will actually initialize the database when we are starting the app, right? All right. So for that, in this cart view model, all right, here let's create one more method. I'll say public async task and we'll say initialize cart async, something like this. Okay, so we'll be initializing all the cart items here. For this, we need all the cart items from our database. So we'll go to our database service. In here, we'll say public async task of cart item entity, and we'll say get all cart items, something like this. Async. I'm missing async in couple of these methods, right? Okay, I'll fix these, but right now let's have it like this only. The first thing, we'll get the table which we can get await database dot table, and we can provide our get this cart item entity. No, not async, and this is not await. So now we have this table, and from this table we can query the data. So instead of doing this in multi parts, let's do in single chain only. So table dot, we can use to list async, which will actually give all the things here, and now we have to outwait it because this is an async method. Now what happened? Okay, this should be list. Now we are good. We have get all cart items async method ready. Now in this initialize cart async, what we'll do, we'll simply get all the items. So here we'll say db items, we'll say await database service dot get all cart items async. Now we'll simply add one for each loop, and here we'll say this item or db item. Here we'll say db items. Now we need to generate we need to convert this cart item entity to cart item. Okay, we can do the same way we are doing for this constructor. So we will have one method here. So we'll say public, and we will say cart item, and we'll say to cart item model, something like this. So we'll simply convert it to cart item model. From here we'll say new cart item, and we can provide all this ID, name, price, flavor name, topping name, and there should be something else also, ice cream ID and quantity. And now we can remove this cart item name here because we have it already. Cool. Now we can use this thing directly in our cart view model where we are actually looping through. So this is DV item. Now what we'll do here in this for each, we'll say cart items dot add, and now we can convert this DV item dot to cart item model, and using this we will be adding all the items to the cart. This is the initialization step. It will simply get all the cart items from database and it will initialize our cart items observable collection. And then after this, all the operations are going to perform using this add item to cart. So it will always be in sync. But when we are doing this thing, we need to notify that actual cart item change, right? So that the correct count can be displayed on the tab bar badge. And this is for initial case when we are opening the app. Okay. Alright, so we'll do the same thing we are doing in add items to cart. The last thing and this thing. So we are repeating this thing. We can simply move this to a method. So we'll say extract method and we can name it, let's say notify cart count change, something like this. And same thing we'll do in here in initializing. And now we are good. Now we just need to call this initialize cart async. So it should be on the app startup. So for that we can go to our app.xaml.cs. In here we will inject our cart view model. Okay, let's create and assign a variable, and here we are going to override one method that is on start. Okay, in here we'll say await cart view model dot initialize cart async. So now we will have all the items at the startup as well. Now if I save it, I guess the complete cycle and to end everything is in place. Let's try it out. So I'm running it. Let's see if it worked or not. App is coming. So it just opened and you can see there are two items. That badge, it's showing two items, but we didn't add it right now. We added these items in previous run, right? So that means this thing is working. Now if I go to any of this has 0. If I open first one, it should have those two items. Sorry. It does not have those two items, so something is missing. What is missing? It is showing those two items, but these two items are not getting displayed in here. Did we miss something? Let's do this. We'll go to on initial and we'll add a debug point break. So I'm going to add breakpoint here and then this get item cart count as well. And let's restart the app. And breakpoint got hit. Disable auto reload for now. DB items, if we check, we have count 1. That is fine. we have id 1, ice cream id 0. Somehow that ice cream id did not get set. And why so? We can go to our in cart view model only when we are setting it. Okay, no, cart item id. We have this id, we have this id, entity dot id. It should have set, right? Oh, this ice cream dot id, ice cream dot id, ice cream dot id. So this is ice cream and strange, we should have this ice cream ID. Maybe we missed this when we are converting it here. Okay, cart item model dot ID. No, it should be ice cream ID. All right, we were wrong in here. So stop it and save everything and let's run it again. Now we will have that one item which we'll fix maybe after some time. But right now, if you actually want to clean that up, you can have one maybe truncate method at the very beginning for now, or we can skip this, or maybe we can change this name for now. We can say ice cream 1 and run it. So it will actually create a new database, or maybe we could have cleared the data using that app info and all that. Let's see how it will create this new database. We don't need this now, we don't need this now. Continue. SQLite exception, no such table, cart item entity, and now we have a problem, and that problem is this kind of scenario could happen. For this, what we should do, it called, what is the disposed value? We are not using it. All right. So in database service, the first method it called is this get all cart item async, but we don't have this table because this database is new, right? We created this create table async only in add cart item. So what we should do, we should actually have this line in all these methods, or we can have this outside of this, and we can maybe use the delegate the template pattern approach, a simple template pattern, so that we can provide that. And then database would be provided as, so what I mean is we'll create a private method here. From here we could simply say, or maybe we can simply have one method for this, which is this one. Okay, let's do this. So we'll say private, and we'll say async task of t result. Okay, and here we can say, let's say execute async, and we will get a func delegate which will actually return, because all these methods can return something. So func, and we are making these async, so we'll make use task, and then it will return t result, and this is going to be action on db, something like this. All right, let's define this generic type here. So execute async like this, and then in here what we can do, this line we can have here await database dot create table async, and then we can say return await action db dot invoke, and here we could it is going to return this, and it is not getting any parameter. It should get this database as a parameter, or we will have access to this database outside, right? So let's have it like this, something like this. Now what we can do, we can simply use this execute async method in all these methods. So what we'll do here, if we'll check insert async returns boolean, then update async returns int, update async returns int, and then if you go to which delete async returns int, get async is going to return the actual cart item entity, and this toolist async is going to return. So all these methods are returning, so we are good with this signature. Here what we can do, we can simply say return await execute async, and here we can simply call this await, and we can have it async like this. So this is same, we just have this line ready here. So now it should return task of int like this. So let's use this approach for all these methods. So this is single line, let's use expression body. For updating, we are creating table first, we are creating table, okay, this is the same thing. So here also we will do this, and this thing needs to be updated here. All right, remove this. Then delete cart async, same thing. Let's see if Visual Studio can do this. Apply suggestion. Yes, it is able to do this. All right, same thing we'll do here. When we're getting the item, and it should be get async with this ID signature. And we can remove this. All right, then this thing here also we can do. We can copy this. You can have this, and the inner part is going to be this. And now we can remove this thing. Now we are ready. We are using that line. If there is some other task which is maybe common to all, you can add those here, pre or post both. If you have some pre post task, then you can add it after this, and then you can return if you want. So this approach is fine. Now if we run it, it should work, and it should not throw that exception which we got. This is different. This is that deploy issue. Okay, app is coming now. It's loading. There is no error, no cart items. We are good. Let's open the first one. Let's add two quantities, add to cart. Let's open the fourth one, 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's add 4 quantity. Close it. We have 6 items in the cart. Now let's stop the app and rerun. It should have 6 items in the cart, and we should see 2 items for the first one and 4 items for the fourth one. So let's check if this thing is working. 6 items. If we open the first one, we can see 2 items. If we open second one, 0 items. If we open fourth one, it should show 4 items. 4 items. So that means the data is persisted in the SQLite database, and we are able to fetch it. Let's now modify this. So now we have 1 quantity. So quantity updated in the cart. Let's close it. Here we can see 3 items, 2 items from first one and 1 item from this fourth one. Now let's try that same thing again. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to run it. It should say again 3 number 3 in badge, Tabbar badge, and then fourth item should have 1 quantity, and the first item should have 2 quantities. So if we do this, vanilla delight 2 items, all right, and strawberry dream 1 item. So this thing is also working. All right, create is working, update is working. Let's see if remove is working. So I'll do this, I'll remove, I'll set 0, then I'll set to cart. ice cream removed from the cart. If I close it, I should see 1. And now if I close the app and open it again, I should see only one item in the cart, and that too, that fourth item from our grid. Alright, this is one. If you go to home, if you open the fourth one, we can see one item. So that means insert, update, delete, and all these stuff, everything is working fine, right? All right. So we are good now. That means, all right. Now we'll see next thing what we should work on next. I guess our home page is ready. Our cart logic, complete cart logic is ready. Detail page is ready. Now we are good to work on this my cart page, where we are showing all the items in the cart, and we should have remove items from cart and clear the complete cart functionality. All right. That is what we are going to work next. Let's close all tabs, minimize everything. Okay, so cart view model is already ready. Now we'll go to our pages and cart page. In cart pages, cart page.xaml.cs, let's inject our cart view model. Cart view model. What is happening? Cart view model. Something is not right. Okay, with my system. All right. Now keyboard is not working. Mouse is working. Keyboard is not working. Something happened. Let me close the Visual Studio, open it again. Okay, it's working now. All right. Now we'll set binding context for this page. Binding context equals this cart view model. This is the all setup we need on code behind. Now let's go to cart page.xaml. Here, first thing we need to add all the namespaces. So let's copy all those namespaces from details page, because we almost use all the namespaces on details page. We have DTO, models, toolkit, and view models. Let's use all these on this page. We are good now. Now on this page, let's add the data type. So it is going to be cart view model. And now we are good. Now we can start designing this page. So we'll have a parent grid without any row and column definition, with maybe padding of 10. Inside this, we are going to have complete content and one button with that place order button, and we are going to have our that activity indicator. Okay, so first thing, we'll have one scroll view in which we are going to have all the data. Then we are going to have one button uh, with text place order. All right, and this one I want it to be at the very end, vertical options and horizontal options center, in middle at the very bottom. And after this, I'm going to have my activity indicator with is running, with binding is busy, this thing. All right, so save everything. All right, now inside this scroll view, we are going to have all the cart items. So for this, I will use my not my the collection view with item source as binding, and these are going to be these cart items. So for now, let's save everything and let's run it, and then we'll design this. What happened? Oh, I closed the Visual Studio, so that should have closed the API. All right, so we need to run the API first, but when we close Visual Studio, it actually automatically deselects the dev tunnel. So first we need to select dev tunnel. But if you're checking physical device, if you are on simulator only, then you could directly run API. I'll use my dev tunnel. Then I'm going to run API. So debug, start without debugging. It should open my API. Okay, it opened up my API. And then I can switch back to MAUI and then I can run it on my device. Alright, we have the data. Now if we go to cart page, there is some error, that is no parameter less constructor defined for type this. And do let me know in the comment if you know what this problem is. I'm going to stop it. The problem is I am injecting something through this cart page, but I have not registered this cart page to DI, the dependency injection dependency registration. So we'll go to MAUI program.cs and in here let's go here. After cart view model, we can simply say add transient cart page. Save everything and run it. Okay, it's here. Let's go to cart page and we are here. So my cart, place order button. Let's do this on this page. Let's set a background color of EEE so that this tab and these are in some different colors. All right, now we have this place order button. We have this. Now we can design our cart item, but before that, let's add some cart item. So chocoberry blaze. Let's add this one, two, three items. This one item, and this one. Let's add one item, and on this add to cart, let's close this page. Let's do this first. So I'll go to details view model, details view model. When we are calling that add to cart, so after doing all of these, let me stop the app. After adding the value to cart, I will simply call await go back async. This is the method which is here on this page only. So we'll call this. Alright, now we made this async, so we need to add this task and we'll make it async. Save everything and rerun. Now whenever we will add item to cart, it will close uh, that ice cream detail page actually. All right, it's loading. We have 6 items. Okay, now let's add hazelnut heaven, one item, and it got closed, right? This one, 2 items, add to cart, and this is the thing we wanted, right? It should close this. All right, we already have one. Let's say 4. Add. Okay, we already have this. This one also we already have. This one peanut butter paradise. Let's add one. Okay, so I added 15 items. So if I go here, I can see all these items. Now we will design these items. Okay, so for this details page, not details page, where is our cart page? Cart page.xaml. Here inside this scroll view, we have our collection view, and in this collection view, I am going to define our collection view dot item template, then data template with type. What is the type? This cart items has, these are cart items. This type of items we have. All right. Now in this, let's have one border, okay, with stroke shape of round rectangle with a corner radius of 10. We have these things here. All right. After that, let's say stroke. This is the color, so I'll say light pink. All right. Or maybe let's set background color. So I'll say light pink background color. Light pink background color. And inside this, we are going to have one grid with some columns. First column 40, where we are going to display quantity. Then second column star, where we are going to display the ice cream name. Then third column as auto, where we are going to display price. And then last column 50, where we are going to have a delete button. All right. Now, first we need quantity. So we'll say label, text, binding, quantity. Okay. So on this, we'll set vertical options at center. Then font size 16. Let's see how it looks first. It is looking like this. On this border, let's have padding of 10. All right. Okay, now with this label, we have this font size 16. After that, we can have font attributes bold. All right, and it will be grid.column 0, grid.column 0, which is obvious. All right. Now in second column, we'll display ice cream name and selected flavor and selected topic. Okay, so for that, we are going to have one vertical stack layout here. So grid.column 1. Okay. In here, we are going to have first label with the text. We'll say binding name. This is the ice cream name. All right. Now on this, we'll set font size 15, font attribute bold, and text color. Let's use our color deep pink. All right. Okay. It is fine. Now after this, we need our selected flavor and topping name for this particular cart item. So for this, I'm going to have label. So what I need something like the flavor name, comma, topping name. But when we add comma, so we have two approaches to do this. We can have one maybe grid or horizontal stack layout. We can have three items, or we can use formatted text on label. So let's use formatted text on label. So on this label, we will use label dot formatted text. Okay, and in this we will have use formatted string. And in this string, we'll break it down to three different spans. The first span text, we'll say binding, and it is going to be our flavor name like this. We can see this now. Then we'll have one more span. In that we will have comma and space. All right. Then we are going to have one more span with text, binding, and topping name like this. And it is here. So it is working fine. Now let's use a smaller font size for this. So for this label, we'll say font size equals 12. All right. Now let's have some spacing between this name and these flavor and topping names. So on this vertical stack layout, we are going to have a spacing of, let's say, 5, and we are good, right? So do let me know in the comment if you have used this formatted text before or not. I think I have used this in one of my video. I don't remember actually. I might have used this. Do let me know in the comment if you guys have used it. All right. Now after this, what we'll do, we'll display the total price for this particular cart item. So after this vertical stack layout, I am going to have a label with crate.column2. Okay, and the text is going to be binding total price. Okay, we need to convert it to currency. So here we'll say string format and we'll convert it to currency. All right. After that, let's make it bold. So font attributes bold. And font size 15. Okay. And vertical stack layout center. And horizontal options as end. Sorry, vertical options center and horizontal options end. All right. Now after this, we will have the delete button here. That icon I have already added. So we'll use one image button here. So great, let's use image button, create dot column 3, and the source we are going to use, I guess, trash. Yes, yes, all right. Now let's make it smaller. So height request 24, width request 24. All right. Vertical options center, horizontal options end. Cool. Now let's make it red. Red. So for that we will use behaviors from community toolkit MAUI. So here we'll say image button dot behaviors, and we'll say icon tint color behavior, and tint color we'll use red, and this is red, or maybe some dark color that will be maybe maroon. All right, this looks fine now. All right, so looks like the design is ready. We have all the information. We have number of items. We have name of the ice cream, toppings and flavors of the ice cream, total price, and then delete icon. Let's add a couple of more items. Add to cart. Add to cart. Add to cart. I want to see if this is overlapping with this place order. If we go to the very end, now there is this is not a good UX because the last item is actually behind this place order button, right? So we should have some spacing from the bottom so that place order is outside of this card. Okay. So for this, what we can do on the main scroll view, where this complete content is on this scroll view, we can have some padding. So we will have padding from left, from right, and from bottom. We will have 50 or 60. All right. So this looks fine now, right? If we have this, we are good. If we scroll up, it will be outside. So last item, we can see the last item here. So it is fine. All right. Looks like everything is fine now. We just need to work on items, the events on this page. But before that, let's add one option to clear the entire cart. So for this, we are going to use toolbar items. From this content page, I'll say content page dot toolbar items. And here I'll say toolbar item with the text. Let's say clear cart. And we can see this thing here. All right. Okay, so let's start working on these things. So clear cart and this remove items one by one from the cart. And after that, we'll work on place order, because placing an order, it will require API connection. So we need to work on API as well for this placing order. But clear cart and removing these cart items, we don't need API except, right? So let's work on these two first. Clear cart and clear cart item. So we'll go to our cart view model. Cart view model. Let me close other things. Cart page, and where is our cart view model? It's here. Save everything. All right. Add to cart. All these methods are here. Here I'll say private and void clear cart or async, because we will remove items from database as well, right? So private async task, we'll say clear cart async. Okay. And we'll decorate it with relay command so that it can be used as a command. All right. So here, first thing we should, whenever we are doing this destructive option action, we should always ask users for confirmation, right? So here, what we'll do, we'll simply say await shell dot current dot. We have some alert related stuff in base view model, right? Do we have confirm, show alert, show error alert? We don't have. We have show toast as well, but we don't have confirmation, right? So let's use one for confirmation. So here we'll say protected async task of bool. We'll say confirm async, and here we'll get our message. Before that, let's have title of the message, title of this confirmation box, then string message, and then maybe, yeah, we can have just yes no. Okay, so here we'll say await shell dot current dot display alert, and here if you see we have this one, this uh, override for this method, overload for this method, display alert title message accept cancel, it returns boolean. So title will be title, message will be message, and okay, this is I added comma. After that, uh, this one, accept and cancel. So accept button text, which is yes, and cancel button text, we'll say no. Okay, and we will return this thing. So single line, we'll use expression body method like this. We are good. Now we can use this thing here in our cart view model. When we are clearing the cart, we'll say if await confirm async. Here we'll say clear cart question mark, and here are going to ask, do you really clear all the items from the cart? And question mark. All right. If user said yes, then we are going to clear out everything. So first thing, we will clear all the items from our database, that SQLite database. So in our database, let's introduce one more method to clear out everything. So here I'll say public async task of maybe int, I don't know what it returns. Then we'll say, yeah, it should return int only. We'll say delete all async, delete all, or let's say clear cart async. All right, we don't need any parameter to this. And here we'll say some same await execute async, then async lambda here. Here we'll say await database dot delete all async, and we can provide the table type which is card item entity, and we are good. It should return task of int. Yes. Now we can use this method here. So we'll say await underscore database service dot clear cart async. So it got cleared from here. After this, we'll remove these items from our cart items observable collection. So we'll say cart items dot clear. After that, we'll display a toast message. Yeah, we should display notify cart count change as well. And then we will simply display our toast message. So show toast async. Here we'll say cart cleared. Save it. Before running the app, let's create second method also, clearing single ice cream from cart. Okay. So for that we'll say private async task. We'll say clear cart item async, something like this. And here we'll have our int id. Okay. This is actually cart item id. And we'll follow the same logic with a different method, different approach. So here, first thing we will ask for confirmation. Okay, if user actually want to remove this item from cart. So for that we'll say remove item from cart. This is the question marks. Do you really want to delete this item from the cart? We'll display this thing. This has error message if user pressed yes. Then we'll get this item from cart items. So we'll say existing we already have some delete stuff in our add item to cart method, right? This delete cart item, we have db cart item, so it's better to access like this. All right, so let's follow this approach only. Existing item, crawl is not working. Okay, existing item, We'll access this item from our cart items dot first or default. We'll say I dot id equals cart item id. If this item does exist here, if this is null, we will not do anything. We'll simply return from here. This is edge case. It should not happen. It should never happen, but still, let's have it like this. Then we'll have, if we have this here, then we will check the same item in our database. So we'll say var db item, db cart item. Here we'll say await database service dot get cart item existing item dot id. If db item is null, again this is also that very rarest case. I don't know if this will happen or no, but let's return from here. So we have both of these checks now. Alright, so first we will remove it from here, from our cart items collection. We'll say remove existing item. We have removed this item. Let's use this cart item id only to fetch this item from database. Now if this is not null, we will call await database service dot delete cart item, and we will pass this db cart item to this. Now this got removed from here as well. After that, we are going to display toast message, and we are going to call this notify cart count change so that it can be displayed on the main tab bar current count. It should minus this. Alright, so here the message will say ice cream removed from cart, something like this. Ice cream removed from cart. Save everything. Let's add relay command to this as well. Alright, now we have these two commands, clear cart item command and clear cart command. Or instead of clear cart item, it should be remove cart item, right? Remove cart item missing, so remove cart item command, and then clear cart async, that means clear cart command. Save everything and let's run it. Okay, go to cart and let's remove one of the item, maybe strawberry dream, the first one, 13.90. If I okay we need to wind up these comments. We need to add these. So we'll go to cart page.xaml. Here on this main clear cart, here we are going to add our command. We'll use binding. It should be clear cart command. Okay, let's copy the name of the second one, which will be remove cart item command, right? I'm just copying this, but on this we'll use clear cart command without any parameter. Then we'll go to this data template, border, and this image button. And here we will have one command and command parameter. Command parameter, we will need ID. So we'll say binding ID. Then this command, we need this command from its parent, this pages view model, which is this cart view model. So that long line we need to use. Where is it? Command. All right. So here in this command, we'll say binding source. It is going to be X relative source. Ancestor type. It is going to be X type. And this will be cart view model. And the path is going to be remove cart item command. Save everything. Now these should work. So you see, remove item from cart. Do you really want to delete this item from cart? We should have space. We'll have this. If I press no, nothing should happen. Let's try for the first one. Strawberry dream. No, nothing will happen. If I press yes, nothing is happening. Oh, it happened. Ice cream removed from cart. Why did it took time? Okay, we had that and this is working. Let's try the second one. Yes, it is taking some time. Something's not right. Cart view model. Okay, the reason is first clear cart. No, no, not clear cart. Remove cart item. Cart item. Cart item to remove. Yeah, it should do quickly. Maybe because it's in debug mode or sometimes MAUI collection view is messed up actually for me. The performance is very bad. But maybe there is something which I am not able to see right now. If you guys know if I can improve anything in here, do let me know in the comment. Alright, let's have this spacing, but before that let's test it out this clear cart. So I press the clear cart. Do you really want to clear all the items from the cart? Clear cart? No, I don't. No, this thing is working. If I press yes, it is going to clear everything. Cart cleared. And here also items got removed. Okay, we didn't check that if it was doing that thing. Close. Close. If I go to cart, we have two items. Four items actually. If I remove one of these, yes, yes. Sorry, we are seeing two bells count, right? So this is also working. Clear cart, yes, clear cart, yes, but cart clear, but actually there are no items in the cart. Sorry. If there are no items in the cart, it should display some alert, right? So let's do that. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to add space to this. Do you really want to delete this item from the cart? All right, now when we are saying this clear cart async, so first thing I'm going to check here if cart items dot count, if this is 0, if this is 0, then I am going to display alert. So show alert async message. I am going to say there are no items in the cart, right? There are no items in the cart. And we should have, and then we should return from here. We should not perform anything further than this, but it should not have that default title. It should have some different title. So I'm going to create one more overloaded version of this method, the show alert method. Show alert async, and in this I'm going to add string title, and then I'm going to use this title here. And from this first method, I'm going to call this overloaded method. So I'll say show alert async, and the title I'll make it alert, and the message this one, so that the behavior is same. We just need to add await. Behavior is same, functionality is same, everything is same. We just using this method for all the operations now. So from here, I would add first as empty cart, and there are no items in the cart with okay. Okay, let's run it to see this thing. Alright, with this I guess we'll be done with this cart page, cart view model. Only that placing order, that functionality will be remaining. If you go to cart page, if you press clear cart, it is saying there are no items in the cart, empty cart. Okay, okay. Alright, now if you go to home page, we'll add item. We'll go to cart. If I press clear cart, now the message is different. If I say yes, it will clear cart. Alright. So we are done with this. Next thing we'll work on place order. and it will require end to end. That means API or service, API endpoint, then are get generating the Refit client for that API, then using that, creating view model, creating order models here, all the stuff. All right, close all tabs. All right, so now we are going to work on um, order part, placing the order and all order related stuff. So first, let's create our DTOs. Do we already have entities for that? Entities, order, and order item. Yes, we have this. All right, so we'll create our DTOs in our shared DTOs folder. So I'm going to create one, let's say order DTO.cs public class order DTO, or we can make it as a record public record order DTO. Now we will have ID in this, and then we will have date time when it got placed, or let's say ordered at, we could use this. And then we are going to have double total price. And before that, let's go step by step. The first DTO, that should be public record order place DTO. Okay, this should be the first one because this is the one which is creating the order in the first place, right? So order place DTO, and when we are creating this order, what we will have? We will have order information, and that we can have from here only. Yeah. So let's have order DTO as order, and then we are going to have order items, right? One order will have multiple, can have multiple order items, and these order items are going to be these ice cream items. So let's create that one. So we'll say public record order item DTO. All right. This is going to have order item ID, int ice cream ID, string name, item name, ice cream name, and then we will have int quantity. Then we will have double price. Then we are going to have flavor and string topping. Right? So this order place DTO, it will have order item DTO array with this thing. All right. So these are the DTOs related to order. Now we can use these things in our API first, then we'll come back to UI. So in API, we have our services. Here we have our auth service, ice cream service. So here only in services folder, I'm going to create one, let's say order service. All right. And I'm going to have data context injected in this data context, or what is the name? Data context. Yes, data context. Context. Let's create a field. Now first we need to place the order. So we'll say public async task place order async. Okay. And this endpoint is going to have order place DTO. This is the DTO. And then we need to have the current user ID as well, right? Who is placing this order? So that is, we have user ID, right? If we check entities, user, we have buid ID, yes. All right, now we'll add all this data to our database. First thing, we'll check details for customer for this user ID, we could say, or maybe let's name it customer ID. Okay, so we'll say var customer equals await context dot users dot first dot default async and u dot id equals customer ID. Now we will check if customer is null, then this is an invalid request. So we should return some error. Return error. So for this, let's create one more DTO to return this method result. So we'll in this DTO, oh, we already have result DTO. Let's use this result DTO. All right. So from here, from this task, we are going to return result DTO. So here we are going to return result DTO dot failure and error message will say customer does not exist. Alright, if that's not the case, customer exists here. We have customer ID, we have all the customer details. Now first let's generate our order item entities. So here we'll say order items. These we can get from our DTO dot items. Okay, and here we'll apply select. We'll say I, and then we can say new order item, which is our entity, and then we can set all the properties. We don't have ice cream ID here. Why? We ID we are not going to set. Ice cream ID. Okay, ice cream ID does not exist in there, but it will be here. So we'll say DTO dot order dot. No. It should be a item label. I dot ice cream ID. Yeah, we have it. Then we will have name, I dot name. Then we will have price, I dot price. Then we will have quantity. Then we will have topping. And then we will have total price, which is not here. So total price, we'll go to, let's say this I, which is order item DTU. So let's go to this order item DTU and let's have one computed property here. So we'll say public double and total price, something like this, and we'll make it same quantity times price. So now we can have I dot total price here. All right, so our order items collection is ready to be inserted into the database. All right, now we will generate our order entity. Order equals, this should be new order, which will come from entity, and then we'll set all the things. First is customer ID, then customer address. This we can get from customer dot address because we already have customer information here. After that, we will have customer email. So it will come from customer dot email. Then we will have customer name. So we will get from customer dot name. Then we are going to have order at. So it will be DTO dot order dot ordered at. Then total price for this. So we'll say order dot DTO dot total price. These two things actually we should do a little bit different thing. So for ordered at, let's set date time dot now. And for total price, let's use order items dot sum. Okay, and we will use O dot total price. All right. Now after this we will have items. So this we already know, we have this order items collection ready. Order items dot to array, and we are good now. All right. Now we can insert this order into the database. Okay. So we'll add try catch block here. We'll say await context dot orders dot uh, add async, and we'll add our order. All right. After that we'll say await context dot save changes async, and then we'll return result DTO dot success. If it came to exception, we'll return result DTO dot failure, and here we could say ex dot message. Whatever error we got, we are going to return it from here. I guess place order async is done. All right. Let's register this order service and then create an API endpoint for this order service. Okay. So first thing, registration, we'll go to program.cs in our API. We have all our services here. So here we'll say add transient, and we'll add our order service as well. Then for our API endpoints, let's check. We have this app.map endpoints. Let's go to this method. Here we have API signup, API sign in, API ice creams. After this, we are going to have our place order, and there are going to be other as well. So placing the order first. After that, we will have showing the user his or her orders. For example, I am logged in to the app, so I should see my orders. Then we will have one more endpoint for order details, the information of all the order items. So we will have three endpoints related to order, and all these three are dependent on the current logged in user, because all three requires user ID. So the point is we need to authorize these endpoint. We need to add authentication authorization for these three endpoints. For this, what we'll do, we'll create a group here. So we'll say map group, app.map group, and the initial route is going to API slash, let's say, user. Okay. And here we'll say require authorization. That's all. Now we can define our endpoints, but this time we should define these on this user group. So here we'll say var user group. And now we are here, so we'll say user group dot map post like this. We need to define our API endpoints. So after API slash user, then we'll have a place order. The name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. All right. Now we'll define our handler for this. So async. First thing, it will get order place DTO from the client. So order place DTO, and then we will inject our order service to it. Order service, and we also need user ID. So to get the user ID, we need claims principal, which will be injected by .NET only. We'll say claims principal using security.claims. Claims principal, we'll say, let's say user or principal. All right. Now we can define our thing, and our thing is going to be await order service dot place order async. Here we need DTO. which we have. Then we need customer ID. This we need to get from this principal. Okay. Here we'll say principal dot. We can say find first value, this thing, and we need to provide claim type. So claim type is going to be claim types dot name identifier. This is for ID, right? So this thing we are going to use it in all three. So it's better to extract this out as a separate method, or maybe extension method on claims principal. Okay. So it's up to you how you are using it. For me, let's have a static method here. So private static string get user ID, and or maybe we can directly have it here. So as an extension method. So get user ID. We'll say this claims principal, and from here we could directly say principal dot this thing actually whatever we have here we'll use here. Okay, what is the issue here? Principal first thing is this, then it could return null. So we can have it like this, although we know that if this is null then user is not logged in, but it should not come here, it should fail from our add authorization, add authentication, and use authorization, use authentication. From that point it should fail, so we should not have this thing. All right, here we can simply say principal dot get user ID. All right, we should have this. What is the issue here? Cannot convert from system to GUID, string to GUID. All right, so we need to convert this to GUID. So we can say GUID.parse and we can add this like this. Because we know we are using this like this, so we can have it here only. So we'll say GUID.parse and then this thing. Make it this and get user ID. And here we will say get user ID, and now this is in GUID format. So our user group, this thing is ready for placing the order. All right, first we'll use this, then we'll move to the next parts. All right, so now from API standpoint, it is done. Place order is done. API endpoint is done. Service is done. Now we'll go back to our MAUI. So in MAUI, first thing we need to connect to this API. So in MAUI app, we have iAuth API and Icecream API. In this services folder only, we will create one more interface. We'll call iUsers API. Okay, let's call it user API, or maybe iOrder API. Yeah, iOrder API. This makes more sense. And the name does not have an extension. We need an extension .cs. All right. So public interface iOrder API. In this first thing, we will have our place order endpoint. So let's check what is the signature of this. So it's task of result DTU and this thing. But we don't need this customer ID like this. We will not pass it from here. This is going to be post endpoint. And then set the URL. So it is going to be /API/user/place order, or not user, it should be order only, right? Because these are related to order. Let's go to endpoint, and instead of user group, we'll say order group, and we'll say API/order. All right, API/order. Save everything. Now we need to register this iOrder API in our MAUI program to our Refit client. So we have this configure Refit method, and here we have these two lines. We'll simply copy one of these services.add Refit client, and we'll use iOrder API with the same Refit setting, same set HTTP client. Now we are going to have one issue now. And that issue is going to be these two were anonymous endpoints. These two did not require the authentication authorization. But this order API, this API slash order, this requires authorization. So this is going to fail because we need to provide JWT token in the header for this request. But if we check, we don't have control over this I order API, right? We are just defining this thing, nothing else. So how to add JWT token header in Refit for these HTTP API calls? So for this, I already have one dedicated video on my channel in which I have showed you how to implement everything related to Refit with this the JWT token handling and all other things. So I would recommend you guys to check that video out. I'm going to drop the link in the description, so please do check that out. And in this we'll implement that. So in order to implement that, first thing we need to tell Refit MAUI program in this, when we have this Refit settings, we have this Refit settings here. Here we can have one other property, that is something like authorization header value getter. This is a property we are going to use. What is the issue? Invalid initialization. If we do this, so this authorization header value getter, it is a func delegate which gets HTTP request message, cancellation token is parameters, and returns task of string. And this string is should be the authorization header. That means that token. It should be this. Okay, so we are going to use this one. Okay, so let's use this. So we'll go to MAUI program. We don't need both of these. HTTP request message, cancellation token. In our case, we don't need both of these. So we'll simply discard these. So underscore, underscore, underscore. And now it should return string. So it should return token. Return JWT. Right now, we don't have that. So we'll say task dot from result. And we can for now just return string dot empty. So now this will get this, try to get authorized header value getter. So it will try to get this authorization headers value from here. But when it is going to use this, that we need to tell. So we'll go to I order API, and on this level, on this interface level, we can set headers. Thus, you should use headers for all the endpoints we are defining inside this interface. So here we are going to say authorization column and bearer. So we are asking this to use authorization header of type bearer. This is the header we are setting on this interface level. You can have these on API, this single method level also if you want to, but in our case, I order API for this thing, we will need JW token always. So we'll use this. Now this is the header we have defined, and for its value, it will check its Refit settings and it will check authorization header value getter. Whenever it is making to API call, it will simply come here and try to get the value from here. Now again, it is not going to work. The reason is this string.empty, we are not returning the actual token. We need to return the actual token, but where is the actual token? Right? That's the point. Where is the actual token? Now, actual token is if we check our auth service, here is the token, right? The JW token when user is logging in. After logging in, we are setting token in this auth service token property. So we need to return this from that MAUI program from here. We need to access that auth service, the same instance here. How can we do this? This method, this is a direct variable inside this method which does not have anything right now. So now we will have one different approach. So if we see this add Refit client, And this, if we check services dot add Refit Client, if we set anything, let's say IOP API, and then if we see this, it takes, there is one method, this Refit settings. Then we have one more overload of this method. If you see, it is a func delegate which gives iService provider as input for us, and we need to return Refit setting as a output, right? So we are going to use this version. Okay, we will have service provider and we will return Refit setting. That is what we need, right? So now this Refit settings, we are going to change the way we are having Refit settings. We are going to have one helper method, the way we are having this set HTTP client, the same way. Let's have static. We'll, this method is going to be returning Refit settings. We'll say get Refit settings, and it will return, it will get iService provider as input parameter. This is the structure of that method, that func delegate, right? So we can simply use this thing directly here. So get Refit setting, get Refit setting, get Refit settings, right? Now we can simply cut this Refit setting variable from here, from the top, and we can add this inside this method, and then we can return this Refit settings variable like this. Everything is still same, no change, everything is fine. Now we need to implement that additional thing. For this, we have service provider, right? So from this service provider, now we can get access to our auth service. So here we'll say var auth service equals service provider dot get required service. We'll say auth service. We have this auth service here now. And from this auth service, we'll come down authorization header value getter. So here we'll say instead of returning this string dot empty, we are going to return auth service dot token. Right? If that's null, then we'll have that string dot empty, the default value. And now we are good. Sorry, we don't need this semicolon. Now we are good. All right, now whenever, how it is going to work, whenever it is going to make any call, any HTTP call using Refit client, it will simply come to check that. For example, this order API, it will come here, it will try to get the implementation of this I order API. It will check for this, it will get Refit setting, it will come here, it will simply get the instance of auth service, it will set message factory, HTTP message handler factory, and it will check authorization header value getter. So it will check auth service, and it will return token. So it will have everything here. All right, this was the missing piece. Now we are good. Now we can send this request to our backend from our UI. So let's go to cart view model. But before that, let me close all these, close all tabs. We'll go to our view models, cart view model, and in here I'm going to define one method. That method, we were going to define method as an event. So we'll say private async task. I'll say place order async. Okay. Let's use relay command here so that we can, this will be used as a command. Now we need I order API. So we have constructor. In this constructor, we'll inject our I order API. What did I do? Use primary constructor and remove fields. No, I don't want to remove field, but I can use primary constructor. How it is working? Database service. It will remove this and it will use directly. I don't know. I'm not yet I'm used to, but maybe in future I'll use. But right now I'm going to use this approach only. All right. We have orders API. After this, let me collapse all. Now in here, first thing we will set, we have our that busy flag ready, right? We already have that, so we are going to use that. First thing, if we place the order, we will have the same check we are having in clear count. So if there are no items in the cart, then there is no point of having anything. So here we will say empty cart, and we can simply say something like please add some items to cart before placing order, something like this, and we'll directly return from here. Now if cart items had something, so then we'll set is busy to true. First thing we'll do that, then we'll have our try catch block here. Okay, and then from try we need to request API. So we'll say var result equals await order API dot place order async. But now our place order needs order place DTO. So we will generate that var order place DTO equals new order place DTO. Now this DTO, it needs order DTO order and order item DTO array of items. So we'll generate these two things first. So we'll generate our order DTO. Now let's call this just order. So we need to generate order. Here we'll say new order DTO. ID we don't have yet. Ordered at, we can use datetime.now. Total price. Now this is the total price which we need, and do we had it beforehand? Yes, right? We have, oh, no, total price, not total items. So for this we'll say cart items dot sum I goes to I dot total price. All right, we have this. Okay, so our order DT is ready. Then we'll generate our order items. So we'll say order items equals items equals. So we can get these from cart items. So from cart items dot select, here we are going to say new order item DTO. First thing we need ID, which will be 0 because this is our database, the actual API side database ID, which we don't have here. Then we have ice cream ID, so I dot ice cream ID. Then we have name, I dot name. Then we have quantity, so I dot quantity. Then we have price, I dot price. Then flavor, I dot flavor name. Then topic name, so I dot topic name. Looks like everything is fine. We are good here. Order item, then we'll say dot to array. Now our order and order items collection is ready. Now we can create our order place DTO. So order place DTO. Here we'll say first order, then order items. Now we are good. Now we can pass this order place DTO to our order API. Great. Now we'll check for this result. So we'll say if not result dot it's success. If result is not successful, then what we'll do, we'll simply display an alert, error alert. So we'll say await show error alert async. And the message we are going to have, we should have as result dot message, result dot error message, like this. Okay. All right, then we'll simply return from here. We will not do further processing. Now is busy was already true. So if we return from here, it will always be true. We need to set this is busy to false. We are going to have a finally block on this try and catch, and we'll set is busy to false in our finally block. All right. Now if result was successful, then what should happen? Result was successful. Order was order placed successfully. Then what should happen? We should clear cart and we should show toast message. These two things we should do, right? All right. So for toast showing toast message, we can directly say await show toast async. We'll say order placed. All right. But we should clear the cart now. So this clear cart, we already have clear cart logic in place. So we have this clear cart async, we can call this method. Now the problem is going to be if we come to this method, we will have this confirm async. But it makes sense if we are tapping on the clear cart toolbar item. But if we are coming from placing order, that place order method, then there is no point of having this confirmation message, right? Then same thing will go with this toast message, this cart cleared. If we are actually clearing the cart, then it makes sense to show this toast. But when we are coming from place order, then this toast message does not make sense because we are already displaying toast as order placed. That means cart is cleared. These two things we should have conditionally. So what we can do, we can have one method where we can delegate this thing and we can call this section from there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new method, private async task, and I'll say, let's say clear cart internal async. And here I'll get one parameter of type bool. I'll say from place order and let's make it false. From place order and default value is false so that we can directly use this thing. So I'm going to cut this section from clear cart async. I'm going to add it here. Okay. Then, or maybe let's move this section also. Okay, I moved everything to here. Now here, and from this clear cart async command, we will just call this, we'll say await clear cart internal async and we'll say false. We are not coming from this and we can omit this if we want. So let's not make it like this, then we'll do this from place order false. We are not coming from place order. Now here this check, it would make sense only if we are in place order, if we are not in from place order case. So from place order, if we are not coming from place order and this cart count is 0, then we'll display this because from placing the order we already have this alert, right? This is the alert. So there is no point of checking it again, checking it twice. After that, for this confirmation, we are not going to do this. So what we'll do, we will consider it as true if we are coming from place order by default. Then we'll add this. So here we'll say if we are coming from place order, we will not display. We will not display this confirmation, confirm dialog, something like this. All right. Now we will do these two operations, clearing the items from database and clearing the cart. And then this show toast async, this also, we will say this only if we are not coming from place order. Then only we are going to show this. And then notify cart count change, it will always be there. Now we are good. Now we can call this method from our place order as well. Here we are showing the toast message. And then we are doing this clear cart count, clear cart internal async, and from place order we are saying yes. From place order is true in this case. So this thing is ready. Now what if there was some exception? So we'll get it as exception. Now this exception will be generic exception, normal exception, but when we work with Refit, we can have one API exception which comes from Refit. It will give more information. So here we can have two different things. First thing is here we can check if ex.status code equals http status code dot unauthorized. That means somehow user session is expired in between, right? User is not logged in right now. For this, we'll say user is not logged in. So we'll display error alert. Await display or show error alert. Show error alert, I think. Here we'll say session expired. Okay. If that's the case, we already have token, but token should not be there. So what we'll do, we'll say auth service. Do we have auth service here? No, we don't. So let's inject our auth service as well, and we'll manually sign out from. We'll automatically sign out from here. So we'll say auth service, auth service. If that's the case, that means token is expired. So there is no point of having the data in this system right now because user is not logged in. It will be populated when user logs in again to the system. All right. So here we'll say underscore auth service dot sign out. All right. So after signing out, what we have in sign out, we are just removing the preference and setting these to null. After signing out, we should return user to the back to login page, right? So we will say await go to async and let's move user to main onboarding page. Name of onboarding page, onboarding page, onboarding page. Okay, and then yeah, then we'll simply return from here. We're good. Now if that's not the case, the error is not unauthorized error, that means there is some other error. So whatever that error is, we'll simply display in alert, that error alert. Await show error alert async, and here we could say ex.message. And now we are good. Our order place thing is ready. Now we can use this place order command in our cart page. So let's go to cart page. So pages cart page.xaml, and here we have this button place order. All right. So on this we are going to add a command. We'll say binding place order command, and we are good with everything now. All right, everything is in place. Now we will simply uh, run the application. Okay, so first let's run API because we made changes in API. So I'm going to select API. I'll check. Yes, my dev tunnel is selected. I'm going to run APIs as start without debugging. It is coming and we have API order place order. Nothing's fine here. If we directly do this, try it out and execute, it will give us, it should give us 401. So 401 because we need token for this one. All right. Now let's select our mobile application. We will select Android local device and let's run. All right, it's checking it. So we got the main ice creams. That means our Refit client that is still working. We'll go to cart. First, let's check if we press clear cart, we have the same alert message. That means that logic is working, that is not broken now. Then let's go to home, open up something, add to cart, go to cart, clear cart. We have yes, no. Clear cart, we if we press yes, then cart cleared. So this cart related logic, clear cart and all that is still working. If we place order, please add some items to the cart before placing order. This thing is also working. Now let's go to home and let's try to place some order. So we'll go to cart and we'll place order. Session expired, that means the token is expired, and that makes sense because token is not valid now. We have closed so many times, we just made changes in the API, so this is fine. If I press OK, it should go back to this page. I'll press sign in. I'll sign in. Abhay@gmail.com. It was this only, right? Abhay@gmail.com. Okay. No thanks. Sign in. We are here. Hello, Abhay. Now if I go to cart and place order, again session expired. That means something is not working. Let's check what that something is. So let's check if we got something in this in API logs. There is nothing in API logs. Session is expired. We'll go to our maybe this sign in first. We'll sign in. MAUI services, auth service. We are here in the sign in. All right. Now let's try to sign in again. Abhay@gmail.com. Let it fill. Sign in. It came here. This DTO. It should have user as token. We have this token. Copy. Copy. Close. Move forward. Preferences. Token. Right now token is null. If we come here, we have this token value. This token has value now. Sign in, go to async homepage, continue. So we are good here now. Now, when we are placing the order, if you go here, when we are placing the order, cart view model, place order async. I orders API. Did I miss something in I order API here? Oh, the spelling, authorization, the spelling is incorrect, right? So, authorization be error, right? So that's why it was not setting this. So this also got tested automatically. So if this is not fine, then our API is working fine because it expects one bearer parameter, but it was not getting sent because we added this wrong. So it was setting that whatever that was, authorization, whatever it was. Oh, let's run the app again. This time it should work. It will have this, set this in the correct header. Let's restart, rerun. Okay, it's coming. Loading, cart, place order, remove this breakpoint, continue. We have this activity indicator and order placed and it got cleared. There is no other alert and all that's related to clear cart, and we have everything. And now we can see please add some items to the cart before placing the order. That means cart actually got cleared. and it got set to blank again. All items are gone from it. So placing the order functionality is also working fine. Okay, so let's stop it, close all tabs. Now we'll see next thing. That means the cart and home page, home screens are ready now. Now we can go to our profile screen, right? So that is the next thing we are going to work. All right. So now first thing we'll work on profile page. Okay. Then on there we are going to have link to my orders and change password. So after working on this profile page, we'll work on my orders and all that. So for my orders, we will need API endpoint and end-to-end thing. All right. So for profile, let's create a view model first. We'll say profile view model in view models folder. Okay. And we'll say public partial class profile view model, and then we'll inherit it from base view model. Okay, now on this page, we need auth service. So let's use constructor and we'll inject our auth service. And what else do we need? Right now we need just this one. Then we'll see if we need anything else. We'll add that later. And now we will have one private string name observable property here. So let's make it observable property. All right. And let's have some blank string as default value for this. Okay. After that, we will display initials of this name. So for that, I'm going to create a getter property here. So public string, let's say initials. And in this, I'm going to have some custom logic. So I'll use this longer format of get. Here first we need to split this name by space. So we'll say var parts equals name dot split, and we'll split it with space. And then I'm going to add some flags. So string split options dot remove empty entries, and string split options dot trim entries. So just trim all the entries, and if the entry is empty, just remove it. We don't need that in parts, something like this. All right. Now we'll check if this part. So this is what this is going to do for us. So let's say I have Abhay Prince. So it will simply convert it into array of two items. First item, so we'll say parts 0 will have Abhay, and parts 1 will have Prince in this particular case. Okay. All right. So here we are going to check if parts.length is greater than 1. That means we have at least two part name, right? At least first name, last name, something like this. So if that's the case, we will simply get first character from first part and first character from second part. We will have just this. All right. So from here we'll say just return, and what we need to return is access parts 0, which is this Abhay, and from here access this A, the first item. So this is all right. After then we'll say parts 1, we came here Prince, and from Prince we need to capture the first character, this P. So from 1 we'll say 0, like this, and we are good. And we will display these to always in uppercase, so we'll do this. So some if this second name is this Prince, then it will simply give us AP. All right. Now, what if that's not the case? We don't have length 2. We just have one character, one name. So, for example, let's say I just provided Abhay. In this case, parts will have parts dot length is going to be only 1, right? So, for this, we know if we say parts dot length is 1, that means this name is the thing which we need. So, we can simply skip this part. We are not going to use this part. We'll directly use name. So, here now we'll return. Now there are two different things, although we are not supporting it, but still maybe I have just provided this a in the name. So we'll handle this case as well. Okay. So here what we'll do, we'll say name dot length. If this is greater than 1, that means we have at least AB or Abhay or Prince, something like this. So we will take first two characters from that. Okay. So for that, what we'll do, we can say name, we can use range operator, start from 0 and go till 1. So 0 and 1, that means two characters. If that's not the case, that means name is only single character word. So we can simply say name dot to upper. And let's add to upper on this as well. Now our initial is ready. Now this is a computed property which depends on this name, this observable property. So whenever this name is changing, we need to notify change for this initial as well. Initials, something like this. So on this property, observable property, we already saw that we can use notify property change for this attribute. And in here we'll say name of initials. And now we are good. Okay, cool. Now whenever we are coming to this page, so this constructor, this might get initialized only once and then it is going to be used. So what we are going to do, whenever we are this screen is appearing, we'll simply check for the name. So we'll implement that initialize kind of logic which we have been using. So here I'll say public void initialize, something like this. And in here we are going to set name equals from auth service we will get user dot name. Okay, let's use this, or it should not be, it should never be null, but if in case it's null, we can actually move to the login page if somehow it gets null. Well, this shouldn't be the case, so we should be good. All right, now this basic logic on this page is done. Now we are good to use this profile view model on our profile page. So we'll go to pages, profile page.xaml.cs. Here we are going to inject our profile view model. Profile view model. Then we'll set binding context to this profile view model. And we will use this as a private read-only field because we want to initialize this. So we'll override one method, that is on appearing method. And in here we'll say profile view model dot initialize. All right, now we are good to design the profile page. So before that, let's register this profile page and profile view model in our DI dependency container. So let's go to MAUI program.cs where all our registrations are. Here I'm going to say builder.services.addTransient profile view model. And with this, we'll say add transient profile page. All right, save everything. And now we'll go to profile page.xaml. Here, let's add namespaces. So XMLNS VM, which is for view model. So we'll say view models. And then on this, we'll set our X data type. This is going to be profile view model. So save everything. And now we are good. On this page, we are going to have sign out button as well, right? So let's create a command for that in profile view model. So I'll say private async task. I'll say sign out async. Okay. And here we'll first sign out from auth service.sign out. And then we'll say await, go to async, and we'll go to our onboarding page. All right. Now let's add a relay command to this. Save everything. Now we are good. All right. Let's start the app on device and then we'll start designing it. All right. So my API is stopped. Let's start API first. Start without debugging. Okay. Now we'll run MAUI app. All right, let's go to profile and let's go to profile page.xaml. Now we can start designing this page. We'll remove this vertical stack layout. We don't need this. We will have a grid here with 3 rows, row definitions. So first one to display username and initials. Second one for the menu items on this page. So menu items means that my orders link and change password link. And then we are going to have one more auto, the third row for our sign out button. These 3 things we need. All right. Now for the first thing, we'll use horizontal stack layout. We'll say grid dot row 0. Inside this, I'm going to have a border with stroke shape as round rectangle of maybe 25, and we'll use height and width as 50 so that we can see a perfect circle. And then we are going to have a background color of our favorite color for this app, that is deep pink. All right. And inside this, we are going to have a label with text, which will come from binding, and that is going to be initials. Okay. And for this, we are going to use text color white. Let's see how it looks. Okay, it is here. I don't know if you can see it. It's very small. So we'll move it to horizontal options as center, vertical option as center. All right. Font attributes as bold. Then font size as 25. All right. Okay, it looks fine now. Now after this border, we'll display actual complete name. So we'll have one label inside this horizontal stack layout only. We'll say text. It will come from binding and it will be name. Okay. Now for this also we'll say font size maybe 25, 25. Font attributes bold, vertical option center, and text color deep pink. And let's have some spacing between these two. So on this horizontal stack layout, let's have spacing 15. All right. Okay. Now on this, for this horizontal stack layout, let's use horizontal options as center. All right. Now we need some spacing from the top. Okay. So what we can do, first thing, let's have some padding on the main grid. So on this grid, we'll say padding 15, but we need more on this horizontal stack layout. So let's do this. On grid, we'll say 15 from left, then we'll say 25 from top, 15 from right, and 15 from bottom. All right. So this first row is done. Now we'll have second row for our menu item. We'll say vertical stack layout, grid.row1, and we'll say vertical options at center. Label text, we'll set this, but right now let's say menu items. Then we'll have the last menu, last row. So we'll say button grid.row2, and the text we'll say sign out. Sign out. It's here. It's already in the end. Now we can make this button smaller for this page only. So what we are going to do, let's say height request something like 30. All right. Width request something like 100 or 120. Then we'll say font size 15. All right. Then padding 0. And this is nice. Okay. Small sign out button. Pretty good looking button. Okay, now we have the sign out button. On this page also, let's have page level background color. So we'll say background color hash EEE. All right, save everything and we are good now. All right, we have name, we have initials, we have this sign out button. Now in this center section, middle center, this vertical stack layout, here we are going to have two menu items. One is for my orders, one is for change password. Okay, so what we are going to do in this vertical stack layout, first thing, yeah, we can have label only. We'll have label. Here we'll say text my orders. Okay, and we are going to have the same thing for two labels. So let's have content page dot resources and resource dictionary. We'll say style target type label and key style target type label. What is this? X key. Sorry. Uh, menu LBL. Menu label. Okay. And we can use this directly here. So we'll say style static resource. This menu LBL. Okay. On this, let's add styles. So here we'll say setter property font size value we could have 15. Okay, then we are going to have color, so we'll say text color as our favorite color, deep pink, and we are good with this. Let's increase this font size 20. Okay. All right. Save it. So after this my orders, this text, we are going to have one box view. Okay. And here I'll say height request 1 and color pink. I just want to display this line. All right, we can see this. So let's have some spacing between these my orders and this line. So for this, on this box view only, we could say margin 0 and 5 or maybe 10. So from left right 0, from top bottom 10. This is fine. Okay. Let's copy both of these. And the second one, we are going to say change password. And we are good now. Save everything and it's fine. Alright, so I guess we are good with this. This page is designed. We already have that sign out command. So let's use that sign out command on this button. So I'll say command binding sign out command. Save everything. And now if we press this sign out, it is going to sign us out and it will move us to this main first page. Let's sign in again. Sign in. It is trying to sign us in. Remove breakpoint, continue. We are here. If we go to profile, we can see this. That means everything is working fine. Right? Alright, so that's all for now. Next thing we'll work on our my orders section. Alright, so let me close everything. Close all tabs. Alright, so now we'll work on this my orders screen. So for this, first thing we need to do is to ready the API side part, right? So we'll go to our API services and we have this order service. So in this service, we are going to introduce two new methods. First, we'll have public async task of order DTO. We'll have get orders, or let's say get user orders async. So user specific order, that means my orders. If I am on my screen, so it should show my orders only. So here we'll say GUID user ID. Then we'll have one more. So we are going to have a dedicated separate screen to display the items of that particular order. There could be multiple items in one order. So we'll display those order items on a separate screen. So for this, we'll say public async task order item DTO. This is also going to be an array. We'll say get user order items. And here we'll say long order ID and GUID user ID. So it can work without this UID as well, but we'll have this check also that so that we can uh, handle this. If I know some users order number, I can check that users that order items, but that should not be the case. I should be able to see order items of my orders only, right? So that's why this user ID is important here. So this first one, we'll say return await context dot orders dot where o dot user ID or customer ID equals this user ID. Okay, now we have these orders. From here we'll say select new order DTO. We need ID, so we'll say o dot ID Then ordered at, so I dot ordered at, then total price, so O dot total price. And then we'll say dot to array async. And we are good. This is single line, so we can simply use expression body method. We can remove this and we are good like this. Save everything and we are good. Alright. Now the second method, it is also going to be single line. So let's use this. So here we'll say await context dot order items dot where I dot order id equals this order id and I dot order dot customer id equals this user id. These two cases we need to need to satisfy. Then we'll say sim select and I goes to new order item DTO and then we can set all these. So I dot id, I dot ice cream id, I dot name, I dot quantity, I dot price, I dot flavor, and I dot topping. And then to array async. Alright, so these two methods are ready in our order service in our API. Now we need to expose these methods via our API endpoints, minimal API endpoints. So let's go to our endpoints, and here we have this order group, right? Here only we'll introduce those two endpoints. So we'll say order group dot map get. These are going to be get requests. So here we'll say we have API slash order, right? So we should have, instead of order, it should be orders, right? But let's have order for now. So this map get, the URL choice is up to you. We can have it like this one. Let's have this API slash orders, right? So then API slash orders, then it will consider this map get without anything. So it will consider this as this direct only map API slash orders only. It will give us this endpoint. Okay, so here let's use this handler for this. So async, and here we are going to get claims principal from DI, and we'll get our order service also. Order service, we need this order service here. All right, and from here we are going to return await, type results dot okay await order service dot get user orders async and then user id, which we can get from our principal dot get user id. uh, what happened? Okay, we need one more. All right, looks like we are good. Now we need order items endpoint. Okay, so on this order group only we'll say order group dot map get. This is also going to be get request only, and in here it will be slash API slash orders, then we'll say slash order id. Okay, this will be long, slash items. Okay, so items of this order. All right, now let's define handler for this. So async, and we will be having long order id, then we will have claims principal, and then we'll inject our order service. Okay, then we'll say typed results dot okay await order service dot get user order items. I didn't make it async, so I'll make it async. Let's have order ID, so we will pass order ID, and then we'll pass user ID, which we can get from this principal. So principal dot get user ID. And we are good. Alright, let's go to this method get user order items. Let's rename this and we'll say get user order items async. Save everything and we are good now. Now we change this API slash orders, right? And we need to add these two things, these two endpoints in our I order service in our .NET MAUI side, right? So from API side, everything is fine. Now let's go to MAUI side. There we'll go to services, I order API. And here we'll say API slash orders. We'll modify this. After that, we will have two more methods. So let's check the types in our order service. So first we have this user orders. So here we could say get my orders async. And this GUID user ID, it will be provided by token. So we don't need this here. So this is fine. Here we need to tell that this is a GET request and what is going to be the URL, that is going to be slash API slash orders. That's all. Now we'll have one more for our, let's say here we'll say get order items async. Let's check the signature. So signature is same, we just need order ID, long order ID as a parameter. And it is going to return us order item DTO. And the URL is going to be slash API slash order slash this order ID, which will be dynamic part, and then items. Save everything and we are good. Now we can access these two things. Okay. Now we need order view model, right? First, let's close these things. Icecream MAUI view models, and here we are going to create a new file. We'll say orders view model. Public partial class orders view model and base class base view model. All right. So in this, we need service. We'll check the session, and we need what else we need? We need I order service, I order API, order API, order API, and auth service. All right. Now in here, we are going to have one observable collection, but not observable collection. We'll have it simple property and we'll add it as observable property. So we'll say private order DTO array of this, and we'll say orders with a default value of blank array, and we'll say observable property on this. I did not use observable collection type because we are not going to modify that collection on the fly. We are not going to add item to this and remove item from this and modify items inside this. So there is no point of having that because that is again performance cost, because whenever we add or it needs to have keep track, and it raises events for each and every action on that collection view. So we don't need that. We will simply set these orders once, and we can have refresh view on this page as well, right? So we can, if we are on this page only, and we can refetch the data. Okay, so for this, let's do this. We will have public async task load orders async method. Okay. Not load orders. Let's do this. We'll say public async task and we'll say initialize async, so that we can call this whenever this screen is appearing. So from on this initialize async, we can say await load orders async like this, and then we'll make it private and we'll make it relay command so that we can use it from a refresh view, pull to refresh functionality. All right, now we'll have all our logic inside this load orders async. Okay, first thing we'll set is busy to true. Then we'll have our try catch block here. Okay, and in this try we'll directly set our orders equals await our orders API dot get my orders async, and we are good. After that we can check if we have any order, so we'll say orders dot length. If it is equals 0, we can display toast. There is no point of having alert, we can just display simple toast. So here we'll say await show toast async, and here you can say no orders found, something like this. Okay, and now for this catch exception we'll use API exception from Refit EX, and in here we can have that same thing, same logic. Okay, so there is no point of having on demand checking that status always here if the user is logged in or not. Rather we'll have that condition here only. We have the same thing somewhere else as well, right? In cart view model, I remember. Okay, in place order async, right? This logic, this thing. So if we are having this thing twice, so we are checking the API exception. If the status code is unauthorized, then we are going to display session expired alert. We are going to sign out the user manually and then navigating to onboarding page. If that's not the case, we'll simply display the error alert, right? So it's good. Move extract out to a method in our base view model. Okay, so we'll come to base view model. Here we are going to say protected async task, and we'll say handle API exception async. Okay, and here we can pass our API exception as a parameter, and then we can add that thing here. Now we have a situation. We need auth service. So sign out logic, this thing, this thing, this thing. We'll use Icecream MAUI pages, but now if I have this auth service here, then we are going to have an issue, and that issue is going to be we need to introduce this constructor injection on this base view model, and if we do that, then we will have to pass auth service from all of these, but that is not what we want, right? Right, so what we can do, we can have one more parameter here. Okay, and and we can have this one action delegate here, and here we can say I'm just thinking I don't want everyone to force this auth service, right? Okay, let's use this only. So I'll have this, let's use nullable action. Okay, and here we'll can have unauthorized action, or maybe let's make it simple. We'll say sign out action or just sign out with a default value as null. Okay. And then from here, we'll simply check, although it should be there. We'll say if sign out is not null, or maybe we can directly say sign out question mark dot invoke. That's all. And we'll provide this whenever we need this. If it was not provided, it will not use this. It will directly go to onboarding page and we are good with this. Let's use this handle API exception async. This is cart view model. So here we'll use this. We'll say await handle API exception async. In this, we need to provide exception, API exception. This is exception. Then we need to provide a sign out action. So we'll say this lambda and we'll say auth service dot sign out. And we can do this and we can remove all of these things. We can directly copy this line and use it in our orders view model directly without any change, and we are good. Okay, so looks like everything is fine now. Save everything. Our orders are ready. Now after this sketch, we'll have our finally block where we'll say is busy to false again. Let's clean this up, and now our view model is ready. Okay, let's use this first thing. Let's use this. We already created my orders page. Yes, we have this my orders page. So on this page, we are going to inject this orders view model. Orders view model. Let's use a field. Let's override on appearing, and let's use await orders view model dot initialize async. And then inside this constructor, we'll say binding context for this page, and we'll use this order view model only. Now next thing, let's register this to our DI container. Go to MAUI program.cs where all our registrations are. We'll say builder.services.add transient. We'll add our orders view model dot add transient, and we'll add our my orders page like this. Right, and route we have already defined, right? Let's check in app shell.cs my orders page. We have already defined this route. So we are good now. Let's go to my orders.xaml page. Here we'll say my orders. First thing, we'll remove this page suffix. Then we'll add XAML NS VM for view model namespace view models. And we will have DTO as well. XML NS DTO equals DTOs. And on this page, we are going to set x dot data type, and this will be order view model. So save everything, and we are good. Now before running the app, we need one piece. How can we come to this my orders page, right? So we are going to come to this page from our profile page. So on profile page, we have this my orders label, right? So on this label, we are going to add one command. So for that, let's go to profile view model, and here let's introduce one relay command. I'll say private async task and go to my orders async. And from here, we'll say await, go to async, and we'll say name of my orders page. All right, and we'll use animate to true. Save, and we'll make it as relay command. All right, now we can use this command. So let's run the app, but before that, let's run the API. So I'll run API, and then I'll run this MAUI app. Then we'll add this command there. Okay, if we could start it, let's run the mobile app. Okay, app is here, my profile, nothing will happen. Yes, so profile page.xml. Here we have my orders. On this, I'm going to add command, not command. We cannot have command directly here. We'll say label dot gesture recognizer, app gesture recognizer, and here we can add our command which will come from binding. Go to my orders command. Save it. And now if I press my orders, we are on my orders page, right? If I press this, we are on my orders page. All right. Now in this my orders, here we are. Here we'll start designing this page now. We'll remove this vertical stack layout, whatever we have. So we'll use the same approach for activity indicator we are having, right? So we will have one grid, top level grid, and inside this grid we will have, first we'll have our scroll view where all our contents are going to be, and then we'll have second thing which will be our activity indicator. So on this we just need to set is running, which will come from binding is busy. All right. And on this page we are going to have refresh view as well. So we'll have refresh view as a main container of this page. So outside of this grid, or should we have inside this, outside of this grid? Let's use refresh view, and inside this refresh view we are going to have this grid. On this refresh view we need to set command. So we'll use binding load orders command, and then we need to have is refreshing flag. So this will use binding is busy, that same thing. Save everything and we are good now. Okay, let's have that same background color on this page as well. So we say background color hash EEE. All right, now inside this scroll view we are going to have our actual content. So actual content, we need to display our orders. So for that, let's have collection view. So we'll say collection view with the item source as binding orders. Okay, and then we'll say collection view dot item template. It will be data template with X data type as order DTO. All right, now for now let's have label binding, not binding, label text, label text binding, let's say ID for now, so we can see this. So we have one order, we have only one order. Let's go to home, this, add to cart, go to cart, place order, order placed, go to home, again add some items, I'm going to use device directly, cart, place order, home, order, go to profile, and we have my orders. Now we have four orders, right? 1 2 3 4. I don't know if you can see this. This is the very this at this place, left top and small thing, right? We'll start designing this, but this is, and we can have this pull to refresh functionality, right? We'll do this, and it is actually fetching the data from database from our API. Alright, now inside this data template, let's do. So what we are going to have, we'll have one border as a main item container. Here we'll say stroke shape and we'll say round rectangle of let's say 10 and background color as let's say white only. And inside this we will have one grid with column definition star auto and auto. Okay, and then inside this grid so in this grid first we are going to have three columns. So in first column I would have order ID and maybe items count, how many number of items this order has. Then in the second column we can have total price and when this was ordered. And in the third column we will have one right arrow button so that it visually indicates that we can tap on it and it will lead us to some other page or somewhere, and that should lead us to the order details page, right? Order items page where we can see the order items. All right, so for first one, for price, not price, for ID and items count. So let's have grid only for this also. So we'll say grid dot column 0, and here we can define our row definitions. So we'll say star and auto, and inside this grid we will have a label with the text binding and it is going to be ID. Okay, and then we can have string format here. Here we'll say order ID colon and then this order ID, when it started coming, right? On this border let's have margins 0 from left right, 5 from top bottom. All right, 5 is a lot, let's 2. All right, now on this main scroll view let's have a padding of 10. All right, we have the spacing from all the sides. Now on this border also let's have some padding, so we'll say padding 10. Cool. Now on this label let's have first thing, let's have grid dot row 0. We did set this but we should. Then we have text, then I'm going to set font size, let's say 15, and I'm going to set text color to our favorite color, deep pink. All right, now I'm going to have one more label here with grade dot row 1. The text is going to be binding, and we don't have total items, right? Item count. We don't have it here. Let's see. Do we have it in our API data entity order? On order we have total price and we have items. Okay, ID, order ID, customer name, total price, and then items. And then if we check our DTOs, order DTO, we have total price but we don't have total items. We should have total item count. Let's have one property here on this order DTO, we'll say int total or maybe item count. Items count. Okay. Now it should have breaked so many things at so many levels. So we need to stop it because we need to fix all the errors this items count has introduced. So we can do this. We can have it optional. So all other things will work same. But in our API from a service, when we are fetching the orders at that place, this order DTU, here we could say o dot items dot count, right? So it should work for us. Let's stop the API as we have changes in API. Save it, run the API. It. Okay, it's running, but it didn't pop up. All right, so it is running. That's what we need. Then let's run the MAUI app. And we have some issue. XAML CSC. We were on which page? Order, my order.xaml. Here we have this thing. Okay, so here we should have items count now. Yes, items count. We'll do this. Then we'll run it. Profile, my orders, and we are here. We have items count 1131. All right. Now if I go to home, if I select two items from this, then two items from this, and three items from this, we have seven items. If I go to my cart, I place order. If I go to profile, we should see this next item with, no, what is it? Three items. Oh, yes, three items. Actually, individual quantities we will be seeing on the detail page. So three items means three different ice creams. Now the number of no, number of ice creams are three, but no, what I mean, number of items are three. But in for first ice cream we had three quantity. For second ice cream we had two quantity, something like that. So those quantity are different. But if you want to show total number of quantity, then you can simply go to your order service, and the way I am having this o.items.count, you could simply say o.items dot, then you could say, you could use this count and you can say I will not count, you could use items dot sum, and I goes to I dot quantity. It will give you the second thing, right? But we are good with this count, so we'll use this count only. All right. So we are here now. This for this items count, we will introduce a string format. Here we'll say uh, this means three items, two items, one item. It should have this condition. It should have one item. Maybe it's up to you if you want to. And for these cases, if I do not want to add this, I simply use this. So one item or three items. So I usually use this. But if you want to really implement that condition, you have two approaches. Either you can have some helper properties here. So you can use those, that item display, something like this, item count display. Let me tell you what we can do. You can come here on this record. Then you can maybe introduce this kind of thing. So you'll say public string and item count display, and then you can have it here that items count, if this is greater than 1, you will say, oh, let's do this. What you will do, first you will do items count, then plus, and then you will have this whole condition, and this condition is if it is greater than 1, you will say items. If it's not greater than 1, you will say item. And you will do this, and then there you can simply use this item count display property instead of items count, item count display, and you can remove this thing. So both of these things can work. And there could be one more approach. For that you can use converters. Do let me know if you are aware of converters and how converters work in this .NET MAUI XAML. And if you want to I can create a dedicated video for formatters, they're not formatters, converters actually. So converters are basically a mechanism by which we can convert, or let's say those are related to XAML only. We can simply convert the value in some other format to be displayed on the UI in XAML. Okay, conditionally. We can have different conditional approaches. So all that thing. All right, so this looks clean. This is fine. We can use this. So save it, and we will not see it right away. We need to stop it, and let's run it. We made change in the DTO, right? So should we restart API as well? This is not, API is not changing anything, but let's see. If it won't work, if it complain, then we'll restart API as well. But if it works, then there's no need to run that. Okay, go to profile, my orders, and we have three items, one item, three items, one item, one item. Okay, that means this thing is working, and we have one problem. Where is our order DTO? Here we need to have this space. Okay, so I'm not saving it for now, but we'll understand that this is this thing. All right. Now after this, what we'll do, we have order ID, we have number of items here, and let's do this. Let's make it smaller. Font size 14. And on this grid, should we have some spacing, right? On this grid, column, 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 spacing. This is fine. If still we want to have some spacing, we can say row spacing. Row spacing 2. All right. Okay. First column. Now we'll work on our second column. So let's copy the same grid, paste it here. We'll say grid dot column 1. Okay. Row definition same, star and auto, or let's say star star. Okay. Row spacing 2. This is fine. Now in this, let me save it. Second grid. Collapse the first grid. We have the second grid. Here I want to display first total price. So here I'll say total price, and the format I need is currency, right? So 0 and C, currency. And then let's do other things on this one. We'll say font size is 15. That is fine. Yeah, that is fine. Let's use font attribute bold to make it bold. All right. Hmm. And then the second label, this one, this three items. Now it should not say three items. Here we will display our ordered at ordered. Oh, this spelling is incorrect. Okay, we'll fix it later. String format. And here we want to display it in some other format. And that format is going to be 0 colon, let's say MMM DD YYYY comma HHMM. Okay, the complete detailed this date time. All right. Now let's have the third column on the main grid. So here we'll say image grid dot column 2, and on this I'm going to display add a source, and that should be right arrow. Mhm. If we check this, we can see this right arrow here. All right. Then what I'll do, vertical option center. It is already in center, but let's still set this vertical options center. And I want to change the color of this. So I'll say image dot behaviors. I'm going to add icon tint color behavior. For that I need to add that community toolkit namespace here. So XMLNS toolkit toolkit, and then here I can say icon tint color behavior and tint color deep pink. All right. Now let's have some spacing between these three columns so that we can see some spacing between these two columns, last two columns. So on the main grid, I'll say column spacing. Let's make it 10. All right. Now this price, let's move this price to the right side. So on this price, this total price, I'll say horizontal options as int. It's here. Now I guess we are good, right? These three items, let's make it a bit smaller, 13, and then same date. Oh, this is date 13, and same thing we'll do with the number of items. So we'll say 13. All right. Okay, it looks fine now. We can see orders. Now when we tap on these orders, it should go to that order details page. So that thing will work next. But right now we are good with this, right? We can come to this page. It is displaying loading. This thing is also working. Okay, there is this gap. It comes later because we added that after running. So let's run it again so that we can see the actual UI, actual design without that flickering and that thing. It's here. Let's go to profile, my orders, and we can see this, right? All right, this looks fine. So that's all for now. Next thing we'll work on, that's all for this screen. Next thing we'll work on that order items page. So when we'll tap on this single item on this thing, it should open up that the new page. But before that, let's do this. Let's on this border, let's say stroke thickness. If we set it to 0, how would it look? Like this. And then we can have some more spacing. So margin 0 2 instead of 0 2, let's say 0 4. And this is fine. All right. So that's all for this thing. Next thing we'll work on that order items page. Stop, save all, close all. All right, now we'll work on order details page. So to display order items for particular order. So for this API is already ready. We have created this, and now we'll work on just UI. So in view model, let's create one more view model. Delete. Something happened again, I guess. Add new folder, not new folder. We need new files. So add class, and we'll say order details view model. Okay. This will be same public partial class, and base class is going to be same base view model. All right. So on this also we are going to have our auth service injected. Auth service, and we need I order API. All right. Now this screen will depend on one order ID. It will display items for one order, and that order ID we are going to get it as a parameter from its previous page, that is my orders page, right? So from there we will pass one data to this page. So we are using shell navigation, so we'll use query property for this. All right. So here what we'll do, we'll have private int, or not int, order id is long, right? Long underscore order id, and we'll add observable property to this. All right, now we'll get it from shell navigation. So we'll say we'll add one attribute on this order details view model. This I already explained. Query property name, on this view model we have order id, name of order id. Then this is query ID, and query ID also we are going to use same order ID. We are good with this now. Alright, now whenever this we are getting this order ID, at that time we should get all the order items, right? So first let's have one order item DTO collection, and we'll say order items with a blank array, and this is also going to be observable property. We are not going to have observable collection here, because same thing, we are not going to modify these order items. We'll simply fetch new for new order. That's all we are going to do. Okay, now on this screen I want to display the order, the title of this page. I want this to be dynamic, so I'll say private string and underscore title, and by default let's say order items. Okay. All right, now how would we know that this order ID is set? So for that same thing we'll use hooks, which community toolkit.mvvm provides us. For that we can say partial, and then we'll have all these things. So order ID changing all these things. Do we need previous order ID for any operation? No, we need just new. So we will use this one, which has only one parameter, long value, and this value is actually new order, this order ID. Okay, now here we are. So first thing we'll set a title. So this is going to be, let's say, order hash, that is order number, and we'll say value. All right, after that we need to fetch all the order items. So for this let me create a method, private async task, let's say load order items async, and here first thing we'll set is busy to true. Then we are going to have try catch block. Then we'll say order items equals await order API dot get order items async, and till now we have order ID ready. Okay, or we can simply get it as a parameter. So we'll say long order ID, and we can use this order ID like this. Okay. Now we have order items ready. If there is some exception in this thing, so we'll change it to API exception EX, and we'll use our await handle API exception async method. So we'll have EX, and if the user is signed out, session is expired, we'll simply say auth service dot sign out. And now we are good. And in finally, we'll simply say is busy to false. So load order items async. Now we can call this method in this on order ID change. So we'll say await load order async and this value which is actually new order. And we are good. We cannot have this async. So we are okay with this. This is displaying this error, but it is fine. It will work same. No issue with this. This is simply an event and it will work. All right. So looks like this thing is also fine. Now we can use this on our pages and order details page on this page. So inside this I'm going to add this order details view model, and I'll set binding context to this order details view model. All right, the next thing we need to register these pages, this page and this order details view model in our MAUI program. So let's go here we'll say builder dot services dot add transient order details view model and order details page. Save everything and we are good. Now everything is fine. We can start designing order details.xaml page, but before that we need to come to this page, right? So we can come to this page from our my orders page. So on my orders or orders view model, I'm going to create one more command. So here I'll say private async task. We'll say go to order details page and we'll get order ID as a parameter here. All right. And now let's make it full body. We'll create our parameter equals new dictionary of string and object, and we'll set the key as name of order details view model dot order ID and equals value is going to be order ID, and then we'll say await go to async, and here we'll say name of order details page. Where is order details page? Comma animate true comma parameters. All right, now let's add relay command to this, and now we can use this go to order details page command. Let's add async suffix here, so we can use this on our my orders page. So we'll go to my orders page, and on this page we can tap anywhere on that order item. So on this border only we'll add a gesture recognizer on this border. We will say border dot gesture recognizers tab gesture recognizer. Here we need to set our command and our command parameter. Command parameter is going to be binding ID, which is order ID, and then command. So for this command we are inside a collection views data template, so we need to traverse upside till we reach orders view model, and from there we can call our go to order details page command. Alright, so command, we'll say binding, we'll set source something, and then we'll set path to this go to order details command. I did something, will cancel. Okay, so the source we need to set x dot relative source of ancestor type x dot type, it will be orders view model, and we are good. So save everything. Let's go to order details page. So here this title, but before this title, let's do this XMLNS VM. We'll set view model namespace, and then this title. Before this title, let's set X data type. So this is going to be order details view model, and then this title is going to be binding. It should come from this R binding. So save everything and let's run it, and then we'll design this page. Build started. I think it is going to take some time this time because I cancelled the previous build. It's here. Let's go to profile, my orders. Let's tap any of this and order number 3. You see the title order 3. If I go back, it is loading order number 5. So order number 5. So this is fine. Alright, we can start designing this page now. First thing on this page also, let's set background color #EEE. Okay. Now on this page, we are going to have our activity indicator. So for this, we'll say grid. Okay. First thing, we are going to have same scroll view with padding 10. Then we are going to have activity indicator on which we'll say is running. We'll set it from binding is busy. Then inside the scroll view, we are going to have our collection view with item source as binding, order items. Okay. Then we'll say collection view dot item template, data template, x data type. This is of order item DTO, right? So let's add namespace of DTO as well. So XMLNS DTO equals DTO. And here we can say order item DTO like this, like this. All right. Now we can add our things. I'll have a grid with 3 columns. So first one, I want to display the quantity. So let's have 40. Then star, where I want to display the name of the item, name of ice cream, and flavor, padding, flavor, topping, all those things. And then I'm going to have total price. So maybe auto. Okay. The answer this. First, we'll have our label with grade dot column 0, and text is going to be binding quantity. We have this 2 to 3 tool. Vertical options at center. Okay. Then we will have one vertical stack layout for grid dot column 1, the first column. And in this, we are going to have one label with the text as binding name. Then I'm going to have one more label. And for this label, we will have the approach we have taken on cart page, right? That displaying flavor and topping in the same line with comma separated, right? So we'll use label dot formatted text for this, right? So on this, I'm going to set label font size to 12 and then label dot formatted text. In this, I'm going to use formatted string. Then I'm going to use spans, 3 spans. So span uh, text, it will be binding and flavor. And by the way, you can have different styling for this also. For example, if I want maybe this flavor, if I want this to deep pink, I can make this deep pink. Then I'll have span text comma space. Then I'm going to have one more span with the text binding flavor, and on this I'm not having that background color. So you see, we can design this different appearance for these different spans. This also we can do if we want. So I'm not going to use this, so I'm going to simply remove this and we are good here now. All right, now that third thing, we will design this later. Right now I'm just throwing out the content. After this vertical stack layout, I'm going to have one more label with grid.column2, and the text here I'm going to have is binding price, total price. And in here, same thing, I'm going to have string format, which will be as currency format. For me, like this, it is here. So we have all these things. Now we just need to uh, give some different appearance to this. All right. So on this grid, what we can do, let's do this. Let's have some different approach for this. I am going to cut this grid. I'll have a stack layout here. Okay. And on this stack layout, let's have some background color. For example, pink. And then let's have padding on this. 0 from left, 0 from top, 0 from right, and 1 from bottom. Padding of 1. Okay. Inside this, I am again going to have a stack layout with a background color of, let's say, white. Okay. And then I'm going to have my grid. Save it. You should see this, and the topmost stack layout, I can have some margin. So I'll say 0 and 5. So I hope you can see this thing, this border bottom. So this is a way we can have bottom border. So how this is implemented, if you see stack layout, I have background color of pink, or we could use deep pink as well if we want. So it will be in the same color, but let's have just pink only, so this light color. And then we have padding of 1 from bottom, and then we have second stack layout which have white. So from left, top, right, it will fill everything, but from bottom it will uh, be away 1 unit from the bottom, and we have background color of pink, so it will look like that we have this border bottom of pink of this 1 unit. All right, in the second stack layout, I can have some padding of, let's say, 10 like this, and we are good now, right? Let's design these labels now. So first label, where we have our quantity, here we can say font size of, let's say, 16, and font attribute bold. All right, then comes our name. So for this name, we could say font size 15 and text color deep pink. All right, then these flavor, and this should be topping, flavor and topping. On this vertical stack layout, let's have some spacing of I don't know, maybe 4. All right, spacing of 4. Then let's use some light color on this topping and this flavor, right? So we can have that on label main or these span labels. Okay, so let's have on span label. So we'll say text color, some, if I make pink, would it look? No, it is not look good. What if I use dark gray? Not dark golden gray, dark gray. Hmm. What about gray? Hmm. Okay, let's use some light black color. So hash 000 is for black. So I'll do something like maybe 333. All right, some grayish kind of color. So let's copy this text color and we'll add it for topping as well. I have not added this for comma. So we can have this different appearance. All right. Then we have this price. So for this price, we can first have vertical options as center and font size 15, font attributes bold. Okay, we are good. And if you want to have that color deeping, we can add that as well. But for me, it is fine. Okay, it looks fine now, right? It looks nice. We can go back. We can fetch any other item. It just has one item. It will behave like this. So let me stop this and run it again so that we can see the items directly. Alright, I guess with this order details thing is also done. Next thing, what else we need? We have change password as well, right? So we'll implement that after this. Okay, it's home page, cart page, profile page, my orders, and order item. You see, 5, it is fine. Order ID 2, and this is fine. All right. So with this, our my orders and order items screen is ready. Now we are good to work on this change password. Let me stop it, close all tabs. Alright, so now we'll work on change password. So we will use one feature from community toolkit.maui. So for change password, we are not going to have a separate screen. We will instead have a modal pop-up. Okay, so that pop-up window, it will have kind of custom control where we will have our own design. So uh, current password field, new password field, confirm password field, all these things we are going to have, and one button. Okay. All right. So first thing, for change password, we need to have one DTO. So in our shared project, DTO will say change password DTO, and let's make it a record. So public record change password DTO, and here we'll have string old password, string new password, and string confirm new password. Okay, and change passwords. So change password. All right, we have our DTO ready. Now we can go to our API layer and we'll introduce one method in our service. So we'll go to services and let's add this in auth service only. All right. So in here, I'm going to create a new method, public async task, and here we could say result DTO change password async. Okay, and we will get change password DTO and the current user ID who is changing his or her password, right? So we'll say buid user ID. All right. Now we'll get this user from the database. So we'll say user equals await context dot users dot first dot default async. We'll say u dot id equals this user ID which we are getting as a parameter. All right, we have this user ID as a parameter. All right. Now we'll check if this user is null. Then we'll simply say return result DTO dot failure. Let's say invalid request. This user does not exist, right? Now we'll verify if this user who is changing his or her password, he has provided the correct password for this current password, which in change password DTO we have as a old password, right? So for this we can say if password service dot r equal, we have plain password which we can get from DTO dot old password, then salt which we will get from user dot salt, and hashed password which we'll get from user dot hash. So if these are equal, if let's do the opposite, if these are not equal, that means current password which user has provided, that is incorrect. So we'll simply say return result DTO dot failure and we'll say incorrect password. Now if that's also not the case, now at this place user does exist, password is correct, so everything is fine, we can easily change the password. So when we change the password, we need to create new password and we will use the same approach we have used in sign up async, right? So in sign up we have used this thing user.salt user.hash. This approach we are going to use this only. So we'll set salt and hash and we'll generate a new password. So password service dot generate salt and hash. We can get it from here. So we can do the same thing here. This time we don't have password, we have new password. And now users salt and hash are ready. Now we can simply say await context.save changes async and we can simply return result dto.success and we are good. Okay, save everything. Now use password has changed. Let me verify one thing in our data context. Okay, everything is fine. All right. Okay, so save auth services. This method is done in service. Now we need to introduce our endpoint for this. So we'll go to our endpoints. Here, it is a part of auth. So API sign in, sign up. It is not a part of order. So we will not have it as an order group. What I'll do, I'll simply say app dot map post. It is going to be a post endpoint. And here I'm going to say slash API slash auth slash change password, something like this. Okay. And then let's define our uh, handler. So we'll say async. Now we will have claims principal. Before that, we are going to get change password DTO from the request from the client. Then we'll get claims principal from .NET Core. And do we need any other thing? No, we don't. We are good. Yeah, we need service. So we need auth service. Auth service. All right, now we can define typed results dot okay. We'll say await auth service dot change password async. Change password DTO which we have as DTO. Then user ID which we can get from this principal dot get user ID. and we are good. But there is one missing piece. For this map post, we need this endpoint to be authorized. So this require authorization, we are going to add this on this map post. Okay, so here we'll say dot require authorization. Okay, we didn't add these on these order related things because we these all these endpoints were a part of this order group, and we had require authorization on this order group. So now we are good. All right. So this change password, we have this API auth change password, right? And this API sign in sign up. Let's add auth for these as well. API auth sign in sign up. So in that case, let's move this change password with this sign in sign up only. All right, now we are good. Now we change this sign in and sign up URL, this API endpoint URL. So we need to make this change in MAUI side as well. So from API side we are done. That's all we had to do in API side. Now we can go to MAUI side. We'll go there, we'll go to services, we'll go to iAuth API, and we'll change these sign up and sign in first. We'll add auth inside these. All right. Now we need one more type, one more method here for a change password. So we'll say task result DTO change password async, and here we'll get change password DTO. We don't need user ID because that will be provided by header. But now what is the issue? Yeah, we need to provide this type. So we'll say post, and the URL is going to be API/auth/change password. Now it will not add that bearer authorization bearer header automatically, right? Because we have not defined it. That is not defined on this iAuth API. And we cannot define it here because then it will be applied for all these. But we don't need that for these two endpoints. Sign up and sign in. These should be without that header. So for this, Refit provides us a method label header as well. So here we can define our header. It will be same authorization bearer. What is it? Oh, headers. Okay. So now we have added these headers here. Let's do it like this. So it is going to add this authorization header to this one. Authorization header. All right. So save everything. Now we are good. Now we can use this change password, I think. All right. Now, as I mentioned, we are going to have this change password screen as a modal pop-up. We will use community toolkit MAUI for this. So for this, it will not be a page. So in pages, we are not going to have the change password, but we are going to have this as a separate component. So for this, I'm going to create a new folder in this, and I'll call it, we can have it as components or controls. Let's call it controls. In here, I'm going to create one content view from .NET MAUI content view with XAML, right? Not content page, just content view. So here I'll say change password control. All right. Now, in order to change this to pop-up, what we need to do, we need to tell that this is not content view. This needs to be a pop-up, type of pop-up which community toolkit MAUI provides us. For that, what we can do, we can add a namespace here, XMLNS toolkit. Now this toolkit gives us pop-up, so we can use toolkit colon pop-up. We can come to this CS as well. here instead of content view, we will have pop-up, which will come from community toolkit.maui.views like this. And we are good now. All right. Now we can simply design our this pop-up. But before that, we need to have. Do we already did we create change password view model? No, not yet. Okay. Okay. Let's fix all the pages. Then we'll design this thing, this page. So first thing we will come to view model. We'll create our view model. It will be let's say change password view model. Change password view model. Add public partial class, and here we are going to use base view model. All right, and here also we need our auth service, and we need our what do we need? We need our auth API. Auth API. All right, and auth service. Cool. Now on this we are going to have those three things: current password, new password, confirm new password. So let's have these as observable variables. So private string old password, and it is going to be observable property. All right, let's make it nullable to get rid of any unexpected error. So old password, then we are going to have new password underscore underscore, then we'll say underscore confirm new password. All right, then we are going to have one computed property public bool, the same way we have on sign in and sign up in auth view model. So we'll say can change password, something like this, and this thing it will be on the basis it can change password only when all these three fields are provided. So we'll say not string dot is null or white space old password, and new password is not string null and empty, and confirm new password is not string null or empty. Then only it can change this password. Now this field should be updated whenever we are updating any of these three, right? So we'll do that notify property changed for, notify property changed for name of can change password, can change password like this. So let's copy this and add for all three. Save everything and we are good now. All right. Now after this we are going to have one command here. So private async task, we'll say change password async, and we can have our relay command here. Here first thing we'll check if new password and confirm new password, both of these are matching. So here first thing we'll do if new password is not equals to confirm new password, then what we'll do, we'll simply display maybe error alert. So we'll say await show error alert async error message. Here we'll say uh, new password and confirm new password do not match, and we'll return from here. We will not process further. Okay, now what if this is correct? That means the passwords are matching. Then what we'll do, we'll simply say is busy to true, and we'll add our try catch block here, and we'll first generate our DTO, change password DTO. So we'll say DTO equals new change password DTO, and in this we don't need this confirm new password, we just need old and new password. So old password, which we can get from old password, and then new password. We are good here. Till that is this place, we know that these are not going to be null. All right. Then here we can say var result equals await auth API dot change password async, and we'll provide it to you here. Then we are going to check if result dot its success is not true. If it's not true, then we are going to display error alert. So we'll say await show error alert async, and here we'll say result dot error message, and then we'll return from here. All right. If that's not the case, that means everything is fine. We can display alert here. So await show alert async, and here we can say message, and this message is going to be password changed successfully, and we can use this title and this, so we can say maybe I don't know success. All right. Now if we come to this exception, we will use API exception from Refit, and then we are going to use await handle API exception async ex, and we are going to provide our auth API dot sign out if this is not auth API, auth service dot sign out if session was expired. Okay, so looks like everything is fine here. After this, we'll have finally block where we'll set is busy to back to false. So I guess that's all we need on our change password view model side. Okay, now we need this change password view model in our content view. In our content view, which is this change password control, change password control. Okay, I messed up with spelling again. Password, change password, and change password. We are good. Change password. All right. So we need that view model in here. So we'll inject it, view model, and we'll set binding context to this change password view model. Now we are good. We can go to this, we can add that namespace here, XML and as VM, and we can say view models, and then we can set X data type, which will be change password view model. All right, save everything and we are good now. Save it. Now before designing this, we need to open this thing as a pop-up. So where do we have this link? That is on our profile page, right? So we can go to profile view model. So we'll go to view models, profile view model, and here we can define one more event. So we'll say private async task, and here we could say change password async, change password async. Okay, and this is going to be a relay command. Now when we tap on this change password thing, it will come here. So how this pop-up works, community toolkit.maui, it gives us these show popup async method as an extension method on the shell current page. So we'll say await shell dot current dot we could use current page dot. Here we have show popup and show popup async, these two methods. So we'll use show popup async. Here we can provide our popup. So that is going to be our change password control, this one. Now here is one error. It expects this view model. So we can pass this. So what we'll do, we will inject it here. Where is our constructor? It's here. So here we'll say change password view model, change password view model, change password view model. And we can pass this change password view model to this change password control. Change password view. Now we are good. So you see, we don't need to register change password control to our DI because we are not using it that way. We are creating instance manually, but we need to inject change password view model, right? So we will register this change password view model in a DI container. So we'll go to MAUI program at the very end. We'll say builder.services.add transient, and we'll just use change password view model, not page or anything else. Profile page is already registered. Profile view model is already registered, so we are good with this. All right. Now let's bind this event on this profile view model to this profile page. So let's go to profile page. Here we should have that change password, this one. Here we'll say label dot gesture recognizer. Then we'll say tab gesture recognizer. We'll say tabbed, and we are not tabbed. We will use command. We'll say binding change password command, and we are good now. We don't need to do anything else. And here let's start first. Let's stop the API because we made change in API as well. I am going to run API first. So debug, start without debugging. There is some error. What is that error? Order service. Did I miss something? To array async. What is it? Okay, there should be one more. Save. Debug, start without debugging. Succeeded. And API is running now. We can run our MAUI app. I'm going to close all and I'll just open the change password control because we'll design this only, right? Let's wait for it to build and run. All right, so it's running now. Let's go to profile, change password, and you see it's a very ugly pop-up. We'll make it beautiful. All right, so here is the functionality is working. That's we care about right now. All right, let's start designing it. So what we will do, we'll remove this vertical stack layout and we are going to have one grid the same way we are having for all. So grid, inside this grid, first thing we'll have all our things. Have two rows. Okay, so first row we'll have a header kind of thing inside this, and then in second row we are going to have the form. So here we'll say row definitions. Let's say auto, whatever space it can take, and auto. Now for the first one, we are again going to have a grid with two columns. So I'll say grid dot row 0, and then I'll say column definitions. I'll say star and auto. I'm going to have a background color of, let's say, deep pink, and I'm going to have a padding of, let's say, 5, and inside this I am going to have a label with for grade dot column 0, and text I'll say change password, and then I'm going to have one more label with for grid dot column 2, and text I'll use, let's say, I know X for close. Didn't come. Why? Auto reload does not work for this. I don't know. It should have worked. Let's restart. Profile, change password, and we can see this. Yes. So change password X. This is not that good, but at least we can see something. All right. Now for this first label, or before that, for this grid, let's have a fixed height of maybe 40. And let's have a, we had padding 5 from all the sides, right? Okay, let's go with that only, 5 from all the sides. Then for these labels, let's do this. We'll say text color white, font size, I'm going to have a bigger font size 18, and font attributes bold. And for this second text, this X mark, what I'm going to do, I'll say text X, and I'm going to set background color as white. I'm going to have a padding of, let's say, 5, and text color as, let's say, red. Okay, and I want this to be at the very end, so horizontal options as end and vertical options as center. For change password text, I'll say horizontal options as start, horizontal options as start, and vertical options as center. All right, after this thing I'm going to have my form. For form I'm going to have a vertical stack layout for grid dot row 1, and in this I'm going to have padding of, let's say, 10, and let's have row spacing on this main grid of, let's say, row spacing of 10. Then in this vertical stack layout, we will say vertical options as center, and then we are going to have all our entry fields the same way we have on our that sign in and sign up pages, right? The same way we are going to have those here. So let's go to one of these pages. So sign in page, for example, here we have vertical stack layout, image, entry, email, and password, right? So we'll copy this password. In here I'm going to have this password, and this I'll say old password, placeholder will say old password, save it. Let's copy this entry 2 more times. We'll say new password, binding new password, then we'll say confirm new password, and we'll say confirm new password again. Save everything. Now let's have some spacing between these three entries. So on this vertical stack layout, we are going to say spacing 10. All right, save everything. Let's rerun to see how it looks. Profile, change password, and we have this. Okay. If I press here, if I start typing, I can see something, but let's do something else as well. This close button should close it. If I tap outside, it is closing. That is fine. Now what we should do, let's have some more padding from all the sides. First thing, so on the main grid, main header, we have padding of 5, right? And then on vertical stack layout, I have padding of 10. So let's do this. On this first grid, which we have this thing. So from left and right, let's have 10, and from top and bottom, let's have 5. Save it. After that, for this vertical stack layout, let's have background color of white. Background color white. Then after all this, let's have a button with text, change password, and we can have command binding, change password command, and we can have is enabled with binding, can change password. All of these things we can have here. Everything is fine. Let's work on this close button as well. So for this close button, if we come here, we have this padding, this thing, this red. So padding, we'll do this. From left and right, let's have 10 padding, and from top and bottom 5. Then let's have font size of maybe 20, and font attributes as bold for this close button. And then when we tap on this label, it should close this pop-up. So for this, I'm going to add label.gesture recognizer, and I'm going to have tab gesture recognizer, and I'm going to use tabbed event here. I'll rename this. I'll say close pop-up tabbed. I'll go back and change this name to close pop-up tabbed, and on this we can call close and close async method. These are coming from Popup, this base class. So we'll say close async. We can add await close async, and then we can make it async. And because this is single line, we can simply say this thing like this, like this. So now I guess we have connected all the pieces, and now we can simply rerun this. Now it should open and look good, and we should be able to change the password now. It is coming. Okay, it came. Let's go to profile, change password, and it looks like this. We have this background which looks bad, right? This is spacing. So let's do this. Let's remove this spacing. So this should be coming from where? We have first grid. Do we have margin here? No, we don't. Oh, we have this row spacing. So it is coming from this row spacing. Let's do this. Let's have background on this. So we cannot have background here. Okay, we can have that background in this grid, main grid. Background color white. Okay, now change password. Nothing will happen. If we close this, from here we can close it. And this is looking bad. The reason is What is the region? Horizontal options end and vertical options center. This is fine. Maybe this font size is large, much larger. So let's make it 15. All right, now change password. Nothing will happen. Now if I add some password, I'll do something and I'll do something. Now if I click on change password, nothing is happening. Something should happen, right? It should say that passwords do not match. Why nothing is happening? We have button and I have added the command, right? Button binding change password command. If you go to this command, change password view model. Where is our view model? View model, change password view model. Here is it. Can change password. Oh, the last one. You see, we missed this note. So all these should have value. So we'll stop it and we'll run it again. Now it should work. Share. Let's wait it to load the data. We'll go to profile, change password, and this is looking good, right? Nothing will happen on clicking on change password. Now if I provide some old password, some random new password and some different new password. Now if I'll say this, I'll remove this breakpoint, continue, disable hot reload, error, new password, confirm new password do not match. They should match, right? Now if I do this, I'll say 1 2 3 4 5 6, and on this also I'll do same thing, 1 2 3 4 5 6, change password. What did I miss now? 1 2 3 4 5 6, change password, incorrect password, right? It went to the API, it checked, and it was not able to figure out the current password is invalid, so it did not work. Now let's select password for this. It's 1 2 3 4 5 6, new password. Confirm new password 1 2 3 4 5 6. Change password, and password change successfully. And we are good. We can close it and we are fine. So that means this change password functionality is also working within this nice pop-up. Okay, we should clear out that all these fields after doing that. So that's all we need to do. We'll simply sign out, and now all the functionalities are working. Let's just reset these fields. So change password here. When everything is fine, we'll say old password equals new password equals confirm new password equals, let's set null, and now we are good. We'll check it one more time, but before that let's close all tabs. Let's check it. And we are here. We signed out, so we'll sign in again now. I use the same password, so it should work. Yes, we are here on home page. Go to profile, change password, and we can see this. We can close this, change password, nothing will happen. Some incorrect password, some long password, some different password, new password, confirm new password do not match. So that means everything is working fine. Not now. Go to home. So looks like we have achieved everything in this thing. We have our customized this navigation, this app drawer, or we could say flyout in this case, which has these menu items, header and footer, and this sign out menu item, and that navigation shell items. Then we have these three tabs, bottom tab bar, home, card, profile, Okay, on home we are fetching all these ice creams from database. We have cart which has this clear cart, place order functionality, we have profile, we have my orders, we have order details, right? And then we have change password. So all the functionality is working. So I guess that's all for this project. We have achieved a lot. We have implemented so many things. I'm sure you would have learned so many things with me. I learned so much from this thing. So do let me know in the comment if you like this series, if you uh, learned something from this project. Do let me know in the comment. Okay, and please like this video and this video series, share and subscribe my channel. I'll be back soon with some other cool video or cool project. Till then, bye bye.